Welcome, everybody. Hope you guys, if it's your first visit here, like your new city hall. We're excited about it, and we're proud for the city of Milton. So, before we get started, I'd like to welcome Reverend Jason Howard to lead us in invocation.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. If we can bow our heads, let's pray. God, as we see our city come alive this spring, and families and the citizens of Milton enjoying all the things that the city has to offer, we ask for your guidance for this council as they make decisions to continue to help our city grow and thrive. And we pray that these council members, the sports staff of our city, the fire, law enforcement, all gathered here, they come together and use the unique skills and abilities that each possess in order to truly excel in their work. Tonight I want to specifically pray for the agenda that's set before our mayor, Joe Lockwood, and Councilwoman Thurman, Councilman Hewitt, Longoria, Kuntz, Lusk, and Morg. And I ask that you graciously grant them confidence in what is good and fitting, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, and the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement. Father, I also pray for personal peace in their lives and joy in their task, and joy and peace in our city. And we thank you for the many blessings and the way in which you protect the city of Milton, the best city in Georgia. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason and Stone Creek Church, for your support to the city. I'd like to call the regular meeting of the Milton City Council for Monday, May 15th, 2017 to order. Sudi, if you'll please call the roll and make general announcements.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll be happy to call roll for the May 15th, 2017 regular meeting. I would like to remind those in attendance to please silence all cell phones at this time. Those attending the meeting who would like to provide public comment, either during the public hearing or during the call for public comment, you're required to complete a public comment card prior to speaking on the item. There is no public comment for consent agenda items or items under first presentation. Those called to speak will be taken in the order that the speaker cards are received by the city clerk prior to the beginning of tonight's meeting. All speakers will identify themselves by name, address, and organization if applicable. The City Council may allow public comment on either an agenda item or general public comment from a representative of such an organized group or association, provided that the individual has filed a notarized affidavit that they have the authority to speak on behalf of the organization on a form provided by the city clerk prior to the agenda item being called. Demonstration of any sort within the chamber is prohibited, so please refrain from any applause, cheering, booing, outbursts, or dialogue with any person speaking. Anyone in violation will be asked to leave. As I call roll this evening, please confirm your attendance. Mayor Joe Lockwood.
Here.
Councilmember Karen Thurman.
Here.
Councilmember Matt Kuntz.
Here.
Councilmember Bill Lusk.
Here.
Councilmember Bert Hewitt.
Here.
Councilmember Joe Longoria.
Here.
Councilmember Rick Morick.
Here.
We are honored this evening to have the Sons of the American Revolution lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would everyone please rise?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color guard about face. Forward march.
Thank you very much. Again, I want to welcome you here tonight. And Sudi, if you'll please call the next item, which is the meeting agenda.
Next item is approval of the meeting agenda. Agenda item number 17118.
Okay, I've got a couple of staff recommended items, which one would be move agenda item number 17-085 and 17-086, which are two zoning items from unfinished business to zoning agenda. Also to move the agenda items number 17-134 on the Green Space Advisory Members Appointments and 17-135, the BZA nomination to after the consent agenda. And also to move agenda item number 17-130, General Obligation Bond Resolution, and 17-133, the North Fulton Community Improvement District to after the BZA nomination after the consent agenda. Is there anything council wants to make any changes? If not, I'll open up for approval of the agenda as stated.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as modified.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Hewitt, second from Councilmember Kuntz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay. Our next item is public comment. Public comment is a time for citizens to share information with the mayor and city council and to provide input and opinions on any matter that is not scheduled for its own specific public hearing. There's no discussion on items on the consent agenda or first presentation from the public or from council. And each citizen who chooses to participate in public comment must complete a comment card and submit it to the city clerk. Please remember this is not a time to engage the mayor or members of city council in conversation. When your name is called, please come forward and speak into the microphone, stating your name and address for the record. And you'll have 5 minutes for remarks. Sudie, do we have any public comment?
I have one general public comment,
Okay.
and that's Andrea Nugent. Is it for a green space? Okay. So this is specific to
To an
the agenda item, so we'll
Good,
call
just
it.
note that.
It's okay.
So, no more general public comment?
No more, sir.
Okay. And if we could move on to the consent agenda, Sudie, if you'll please call that items out.
First item is approval of the April 24th, 2017 regular city council meeting minutes. Agenda item number 17119. Next is approval of the May 1st, 2017 regular city council meeting minutes. Agenda item number 17120. Approval of the financial statements and investment report for the period ending April 2017. Agenda item number 17121. Next is approval of a work order between the City of Milton and VC3 Inc. for new and replacement servers at City Hall, agenda item number 17122. Our fifth item is approval of the first extension of the intergovernmental agreement for the provision of animal control services between the City of Milton and Fulton County, agenda item number 17123. Approval of a construction services agreement for the Milton Downtown Wayfinding Signage Project between the City of Milton and CIB International, Inc., doing business Can-Am Signs and Anything. Agenda item number 17124. Our and final consent agenda item is approval of a resolution and agreement for transportation enhancement activities with the Georgia Department of Transportation and authorizing related procurement actions. Agenda item number 17125.
Mayor, I'll move to approve the consent agenda as prepared by staff.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for the consent agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimous. Okay, Sudie, if you'll please call our next agenda item.
Our next agenda item is consideration of a resolution appointing members to the City of Milton Green Space Advisory Committee. Agenda item number 17134. I do have 3 public comments on this item. Do we want to take them?
Is it on this agenda item, or there's also,
It's
I
on
believe,
this.
another one on the green space?
I think this is the.
On this-
There is one under first presentation, but this is the one that you're
Okay.
actually
If
voting.
it's okay with the council, how many comments you got?
3.
Council, okay? Public comment on that beforehand? Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sudie.
The first one is from Laura Rencher.
No? Okay.
No.
Hi, I'm Laura Rensher. I live at 1060 Birmingham Road. I am here to speak, not to diminish the people that you have chosen for the advisory committee at all, but I'm here to speak on my own behalf. When I applied to be on the Green Space Advisory Committee, I was hopeful that I would finally have the opportunity to share some of my ideas and contribute in a direct way to help the city with land conservation. I've spent hours studying, thinking, and discussing how to address the loss of land in Milton, and I have many creative ideas from years of thinking about this topic. Over 3 years ago, when I co-founded Preserve Rural Milton, I began to talk to the city manager and council members about a green space bond. I spent a great deal of time reading, consulting with the Trust for Public Land and with other cities who've done similar bonds. However, city officials were not interested, even when other entities like the City Manager Consultation Group and Tom Daniels, PhD, the land conservation consultant the city hired, made the same recommendations. Nevertheless, we persisted. In 2015, Preserve Rural Milton created an online survey that was completed by over 500 residents. The results demonstrated what we suspected. There was strong citizen support for a green space bond. After we published the results of the survey, the mayor announced that perhaps a green space bond was what Milton needed after all. Preserve Rural Milton continued to educate and advocate for green space bond until it passed. Throughout the past 3.5 years, I have educated both residents and city officials. With the help of other members of Preserve Rural Milton, I have also written newspaper articles, created a website, run a Facebook page, and have written many pages of educational material. There is no one in this city that has done more for land conservation. I'm sure every person you chose for this committee has strong qualities to offer, and I don't want to diminish their selection. However, it is tremendously disappointing that this council clearly does not value my contribution to getting this bond passed, or my knowledge, or my dedication to land conservation in the city. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sudi. If you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Ms. Joan Borzilleri.
Joan Borzilleri, 540 Kings County Court, Milton, Georgia. I'm a member of Preserve Rural Milton, but I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen. Mayor, City Council, and staff, congratulations to the citizens of Milton for passing the Green Space Bond, to the city for selecting the Green Space Advisory Committee, and for enlisting Kathy Johnson to champion the conservation effort forward. I'm sure the Advisory Committee was selected in the professional manner we have grown to expect of council and staff. This process should include vetting applicants based on qualifications, experience, and interest. That being said, I would like to respectfully request that should a position become available on the committee in the future, you consider Dr. Laura Rensher as a member for the following reasons. Dr. Rensher has been an inspiration to us greenies in Milton for years. She has been instrumental in organizing Preserve Rural Milton, a grassroots nonprofit whose mission is primarily to research tools for land conservation and educate the public on the effective use of these tools. She has been tireless in working with both the Trust for Public Land and local land trusts to identify conservation prospects. Dr. Rensher has educated us all on the need for a city green print and the use of various conservation tools available to preserve our open land that's left. These tools include conservation easements administered by a land trust to keep undeveloped land in a natural state in perpetuity, transfer of development rights, purchase of development rights, outright purchase of land by the city, and lastly, conservation subdivisions, where you give a little in density to get a lot in conserved lands. Indeed, without Dr. Rensher's influence in Milton, there may not even have been a green space bond to begin with. Dr. Rensher deserves recognition for her extensive efforts, and she would make a huge contribution to the Green Space Advisory Committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Sudi, if you'd please call the next speaker.
The next speaker is Andrea Nugent.
Hi, I'm Andrea Nugent, 14365 Wyndham Farms Drive in Milton. And I would just say that I would support, if another position becomes open on the Green Space Advisory Committee, that you strongly consider somebody with experience in the Preserve Rural Milton group. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Sudi, is that all our public comment on this?
One more from Ms. Francia Linden.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Francia Linden. I live at 14810 East Bluff Road in Milton. And I'm here this evening because I have reviewed the applicants for the Green Space Advisory Committee, and I was sorely disappointed that what appears to be the most experienced and dedicated person was passed over for a position on this committee. I can't think of anybody who has devoted more time or has more knowledge about the subject than Laura Rencher, and I hope and echo what other people have said before, that you will consider placing her on this committee should any vacancies arise. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we got public comment. Is that it, Sudi? on
That's
public
it, sir.
comment?
That's all.
Okay, then I'll have you call this item.
And this item is to consider a resolution appointing members to the City of Milton Green Space Advisory Committee. 17134 is the agenda item number. Mr. Ken Gerard.
Mr. Members of the Council, thank you very much. With respect to this item on your agenda this evening, you have in your packet a resolution, should be. This is sort of the last step with respect to the appointment of those members in the Milton Green Space Advisory Committee. We obviously had an ordinance we had previously adopted, but this is in fact the actual resolution that will identify and make formal those members. You can see with respect to the resolution that has and is identified into 7 sections. Mr. Mayor, we have a section identifying Robert Brannon with their term, Robin Frickton, her term, Robin Gray, her term, Curtis Mills, his term, Mark Whaley, Steve Wheeler, and Colt Whittle. Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And I would like to say, I want to not only thank those that are serving on this committee, but we did have 31 people apply, and out of all 31, can't think of any of them that would not have served well or been of great benefit to the city. So again, we chose 7 out of 31, but I want to thank everybody that applied, as well as the folks that are being sworn in tonight. So, Sudi, if we could ask these members to step forward, and I will swear them in, and then ask the council to join me.
That's Robert Brannon, Robin Frickton, Robin Gray, Curtis Mills, Mark Whaley, Steve Wheeler, and Colt Whittle.
Get my folder, and you guys can raise your right hand, and I'll swear at you. All right, if you guys will raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear and affirm.
I do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will faithfully perform the duties of
that I will faithfully perform the duties of
the Milton Green Space Advisory Committee member
the Milton Green Space Advisory Committee member
of the city, and that I will support and defend the charter thereof,
support and defend the charter thereof,
as well as the Constitution,
the
laws of the state of Georgia,
laws of the state of Georgia,
and of the United States of America.
and of the
you guys could sign this document right here, and then I'll sign it. If the council would join me, and we'll take a picture here.
Shift a little bit this way. Here, if you will stay right there. If you'll take a step back, sir. Oh, would you mind swapping places, Phil, with this gentleman right here? Would you mind swapping? Sorry. And then tighten in just a little. This is a big group. This is a great group. Looking right here. 1, 2, 3. We're going to do it again. 1, 2, 3. Hold on 1. Good.
Very good. Thank you, guys. Very important.
These guys are presumed. I didn't hear it.
What?
Yeah, we have not voted.
I guess we need to vote.
And I think when we move the agenda around, in fact, Ken, you want to call that item, Sudi, it's on the resolution, and we will take a formal vote on it.
Right, so I believe that the item we moved on the agenda was 17-134, which is in fact the resolution that I presented. 17-134 is in fact an actual resolution. You all have already sworn in the individuals, and you all have already acknowledged them, but we do need an actual motion and second with respect to approval of the resolution.
Okay, I'll open up for a motion on the resolution.
I'll make a motion to approve agenda item 17-134.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Hewitt, second by Councilmember Thurman for approval. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, Sudi, if you would please call the next agenda item.
Next item is consideration of a resolution appointing a member to the City of Milton Board of Zoning Appeals for District 3, Post 2, agenda item number 17135.
Okay, is that yours, Rick?
Yep.
Okay. Rick.
Tonight, it's my pleasure to nominate Don Kurt to the Board of Zoning Appeals. I've known Don for almost 20 years. By education, Don has a BS in engineering, an MBA, and an MS in information technology. Donna's wife, Lee, moved to what is Milton, now Milton, in 1997. They raised their 2 children, Paul and Melanie, who attended Fulton County schools, including Milton High School. Her children went on to attend UGA and graduate from UGA, and Paul graduated from Georgia Tech. Don's working career includes 18 years with General Electric Company, where he held a variety of positions in engineering, sales, marketing, services, and ultimately in information technology as a CIO of what is now the Energy Services Division. After leaving GE, Don relocated to Georgia to work as a CIO for Exide Technologies, headquartered in the Deerfield Business Park in Milton. Since leaving Exide in 2002, Don has run his own IT consulting company based on IT management and business consulting, has worked in a variety of companies in the area performing consulting engagements. Don, before incorporation of Milton, Don was very active in zoning cases over in the Highway 9 area, was very active in trying to represent citizens and the subdivisions in the area to try to get the best development as we could, working with Fulton County. In fact, after we finished one of the zoning cases, Fulton County came forward and asked us if we wanted to form a Highway 9 overlay district, which we had previously been denied in doing, and then Don helped found that, which we also included Bethany Area Residents Association. So it's my pleasure to nominate and ask for your approval of Don Kurt to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Okay, I'll open up for a motion.
Mayor, I'll move to approve Don Kurtz to District 3, Post 2, Board of Zoning Appeals.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Councilmember Loss, second by Councilmember Kuntz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. And Don here?
Yes, he is.
Don, we'll swear you in. This right here, and if council would join me in welcoming Don. Okay, Sudi, will you please call the next item?
The next item is consideration of a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of general obligation bonds. Agenda item number 17130. Ms. Stacy Inglis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm very excited to announce that we have received our interest rate on the bonds, and I'm actually going to turn it over to Doug Gebhardt with Davenport and Company. Also here with us tonight we have Roger Murray. He is our bond counsel on this, and I'm sure he'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. Doug, you got it?
I got locked out of here. There was supposed to be a presentation in front of you all.
And there will be.
Okay.
Will be. Just a minute.
We have a presentation queued up.
And it's on your iPads, too.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It's all on your iPads, too.
Okay.
Under
Type in a
presentation.
password, Dave. We have to type in a password. Thank you, Carter.
All right. There you go. All right, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about the little technical difficulty there. Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you for having us tonight. My name is Doug Gebhardt. I'm with Davenport and Company, the city's financial advisor. My colleague, Courtney Rogers, spoke with you about a month ago on some of the financial policies in advance of our meeting with the rating agencies. He apologizes that he can't be here tonight, but he assures you that you're in good hands. So earlier today, we priced the bonds, and today was, this presentation is just meant to be a brief overview of the results. Flipping to page 1, just wanted to say congratulations to the city on receiving AAA ratings from both Moody's and S&P. It's a testament to how your city is run from the elected officials, but also your staff. And I'd like to thank Stacy and Steve at this point for all their help they've done to help make this possible. For a first-time issuer to get the highest possible rating is very strong results and something that you guys should hang your hats on. And the goal now is to continue to operate in this fashion and maintain that AAA rating. Flip to page 2, just a few observations from the report from Moody's. You guys are a member of the Atlanta MSA, strong socioeconomic factors, low debt burden, and some operating flexibility. Things that they can help. They mentioned we're helping with formal financial policies, which we helped you guys adopt back in March. And some items that could put pressure on the rating, not that they're expecting it to, is decline general fund reserves, which we had bolstered that policy, and they appreciated that, and any deterioration in wealth or income levels. Flipping to page 3, it is observations from the S&P report. There are 7 main categories that they grade at local government. It is interesting that Milton received very strong, which is the highest possible rating of 5 of the 7 categories, and strong in the 6th. So a very strong result, and again, strong economy, socioeconomic and management conditions. And it was interesting to note that they did give you guys the strong financial management, which is the highest possible rating. So again, testament to you as an elected body and as well as your staff. Flipping to page 4, as you're aware, today we actually priced the bonds earlier. It's a strong interest rate environment, good day and market to price the bonds. As you can see, over in the 20-year history of the AAA MMD, which is the benchmark curve we use to price municipal bonds, we're at or near all-time and historic lows. Since the election, when the voters approved moving forward, rates have been relatively flat since then and have in fact gone down significantly since March. So again, very strong interest rate environment, and an environment that we are happy to price bonds today. Page 5, as you're aware, we did a competitive sale which allowed any number of underwriting firms, banks, investment institutions to place a bid on the bond. As you can see, we got 13 bids back, which is an incredible result. I believe you're the only Georgia paper in the market this week, so a lot of strong demand. We like to see bids come back anywhere 5 7 bids. So the fact that you got almost triple the interest is a really, really strong result, and something that all these banks fought to purchase those bonds. After factoring in all the cost of issuance, the all-in true interest cost, which is basically your total cost of borrowing, was at 2.85%, which is about 65 basis points better than our estimate. I think we were looking at around 3.5%. So again, very strong result, and something that I'm proud of. Lastly, here's the final debt service schedule. The resulting principal and interest payments are about $1.7 million going through 2037. Again, it's interesting the result when comparing to initial estimates. Our total debt service payments over the life alone were about $1.75 million lower than initially thought, which equates to about $90,000 annually. Lastly, tonight we're asking you to consider approving the bond resolution with authorize us to move forward, close on financing the balance of May and early June. Roger, who's your bond counsel over here, will be coordinating with Susie, Stacy, and Steve to get all the necessary financing documents approved with the anticipation of closing the bonds on June the 8th. And with that, I will answer any questions you may have. And again, thank you for your time.
Okay. Any questions? Matt?
I'll just make a comment. Obviously, you can't do better than AAA. And so congratulations to the staff and to what you guys have done as well for giving that to the S&P 500. That's S&P. That's just great. You know, it's great for the taxpayers, especially 65 basis points. That adds up over time. So that's a very good thing. So just want to say that's a very good thing.
In very elite category. I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yep. And we just need a motion for approval.
Right. I'll make a motion that we approve agenda number 17-130.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion for approval from Councilmember Kuntz, second by Councilmember Thurman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. And again, thanks to everybody from citizens to volunteers to elected people to our city staff to our financial folks, you know, with the city with all our finances and whatnot over the years, building up the great credit and whatnot, and all of our bond folks, thank you very much. So we appreciate it. It's a good thing for Milton. Okay. So if you will please call the next item.
Next item is consideration of a resolution of the City of Milton, Georgia, for consent to the expansion of North Fulton Community Improvement District. Agenda item number 17-133. Ms. Sarah Ladar.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In your packet, you'll see a resolution asking for Milton's consent to expand the North Fulton Community Improvement District into Roswell and Alpharetta. Ann Hanlon, who's the Executive Director of North Fulton CID, is to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay. Do you have any questions or comments on this?
My only comment is I wish we could get more Milton businesses that are adjacent to it to be part of it.
They're working hard on that. Okay.
Anybody else?
I'll make a motion that we approve agenda item number 17-133.
We have a motion approval. Councilmember Kuntz, second by Councilmember Lusk. All in favor? Please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ann. Okay. We can move on to reports and presentations. Sudi, please call the first item.
This item is a proclamation recognizing Memorial Day 2017. This is being presented by Councilmember Bill Lusk.
Thank you, Sudi. 2 weeks from today, May 29th, we will celebrate Memorial Day. And this year, we'll have our ceremony out here in the plaza at City Hall. Hopefully, everyone can attend, and just pass the word that it's going to be at the new City Hall in Freedom Park, where it has been the last several years. As is the custom, or has been the custom over the years, we've presented a proclamation for Memorial Day to the Sons of the American Revolution. And at this time, I'd invite the Color Guard representative, President Rick Reese, to come forward, and we'll read the proclamation, and afterwards we'll have council come down and we'll present it to you. Whereas Memorial Day was first officially proclaimed on May 5th, 1868 by General John Logan in his General Order Number 11, and in 1968 by Act of Congress, it was determined that the holiday would be observed on the last Monday in May. And whereas from the opening battles of the American Revolution through the turmoil of the Civil War to World War I, World War II, Korea and Vietnam, to the Persian Gulf and today's operations in the War on Terror, in Afghanistan, Iraq, and all around the world, the members of our military have built a tradition of honorable and faithful service. And whereas, as we observe Memorial Day, we remember the more than 1 million Americans who have died to preserve our freedom, the more than 140,000 citizens who were prisoners of war, and all those who were declared missing in action. We also honor our veterans for their dedication to America and their sacrifice. And whereas we have honor and privileges of living in a free country, and Georgia has a rich history of great leaders who died fighting for our great nation. Today, all who wear the uniform of the United States are serving at a crucial hour in history, and each has answered a great call to serve our nation on the front lines of freedom. Let us pray for the safety and strength of our troops and for God's blessing on them and their families, and for those who have lost loved ones. And whereas on this Memorial Day we honor fallen soldiers and their commitment to our country and their legacy of patriotism and sacrifices, of whom many men and women who answered the nation's call to duty, fought with honor and valor, and in the end gave the ultimate sacrifice to safeguard the rights of all Americans. And whereas by giving their lives in this cause of freedom, these heroes have protected and inspired all Americans, and we are truly grateful for their sacrifice. And whereas the citizens of Milton join with people across the nation in remembrance of those who died while courageously serving their country during war. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Milton, Georgia, hereby dedicate and proclaim Monday, May 29th, 2017, as Memorial Day in the City of Milton, and call this observance to the attention of all our citizens. Given under his hand and seal of the City of Milton, Georgia, on this 15th day of May 2017. If we would, we'll go down and present the proclamation.
Okay, Sue, if you could please call out the first presentation.
First item is consideration of a T1702, Z1704, 12910 Highway 9 by Pinnacle Towers, LLC, to remove existing 180-foot wireless communications tower and replace with a new 180-foot wireless communication tower and shift 14 feet to the north and request a variance to reduce tower setback from 270 feet to 165 feet, Section 54-6, D2, Agenda Item Number 17126. Next is consideration of an amendment to Ordinance Number 1704307, creating the Milton Green Space Advisory Committee, MGAC. Number of members, Agenda Item Number 17127. Next is consideration of an ordinance to amend Appendix A, Parks and Recreation Fees and Other Charges, Chapter 34, Section 24 of the Milton City Code, Agenda Item Number 17128. Our final first presentation item this evening is consideration of an ordinance to amend Appendix A related to Chapter 4, Alcoholic Beverages of the Code of the City of Milton, Georgia, Agenda Item Number 17129.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the first presentation item?
Mr. Mayor? Oh,
Okay,
no,
go right
I defer
ahead.
to you.
No.
Go ahead.
Okay, somebody want to make
Okay,
a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the first presentation items as read.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Councilmember Morrig and a second from Councilmember Thurman. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous, Sudie. Okay, we'll move on to our zoning agenda. Sudie, if you'll please read the zoning rules and sound the first zoning item.
At the second regularly scheduled meeting of the month, the Mayor and City Council consider a zoning agenda. These items include rezoning, petitions, modifications of zoning, use permits, and associated concurrent variances, in addition to ordinances, resolutions, and text amendments. I would like to acquaint you with some of the rules and procedures for this meeting. The applicant and all those speaking in support of an application will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present. The applicant may choose to save some of the time for rebuttal following the presentation by the opposition. Since the burden of proof is upon the applicant will be allowed to make closing remarks, provided time remains with the allotted time. Those called to speak will be taken in the order that the speaker cards are received by the city clerk prior to the beginning of tonight's meeting. If you are speaking on behalf of a group or organization, an affidavit must accompany your public comment card. Before beginning your comment, please identify yourself by name, address, and organization, if applicable. Our first zoning item this evening is consideration of ZM 17-02, VC 17-02, 980 Birmingham Road, zoned C1 and AG1 by the Contineo Group to modify Condition 2A, 2004Z 0043 to modify site plan for additional parking and move dumpster pad, and a concurrent variance to allow parking past the building, Section 64, 1323A. Agenda Item Number 17085. First presentation was at the April 10th meeting, was deferred at the April 24th meeting. Ms. Kathy Field.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. You have in front of you a slide outlined in the parcel under application. It shows the current zoning, which is C1. Request is to modify Condition 2A of rezoning petition 2004 Z-0043 to modify the site plan for additional parking and to move the dumpster pad. Also, a concurrent variance to allow parking past a building under Section 64-1323A. And staff will be recommending withdrawal of this item, however. The mayor and city council deferred the item on April 24th to May 15th based on the public notice sign not being placed in the correct location, and that deficiency has been corrected. This is the revised site plan submitted on May 12th, 2017. I have some pictures showing the area under application. It shows a view of the location of the proposed new driveway. View looking north with the village green to the left and the Publix behind. A view from the internal driveway into the village green looking west and where the proposed driveway will be located. Additional view of the village green from existing driveway looking west. This is a dumpster area to be removed and replaced with a potential new driveway. The view of the impacted parking lot to be reconfigured. History and background. The subject site was rezoned from C1 Community Business and AG1 Agricultural on November 2004 by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. This site is one corner of three corners of the Birmingham Crossroads that were zoned pursuant to RZ 04-43. It includes the southeast corner zone C1 conditional. The final conditions approved for all three quadrants were derived from numerous meetings between the original developer, A.G. Armstrong, and the community using the Birmingham Crossroads Plan. And this plan amended the 2015 North Fulton Comprehensive Plan. And this was approved by Fulton County Board of Commissioners on March 3rd, 2004. Now, we have the plan in place, so then in addition, there was an overlay district, which is the zoning that implemented the plan. And this Birmingham Crossroads of the Northwest Fulton Overlay District was approved on March 3rd, 2004. Both the plan and the zoning in place on this date. This newly created overlay also guided the ultimate outcome of what was approved for the three quadrants of Birmingham Crossroads. The central premise of both the plan and the overlay was that Birmingham Crossroads should be a neighborhood node consisting of 27.1 acres, which at that time recommended up to 100,000 square feet of commercial uses, up to 100,000 square feet of office uses, and up to 5 residential units per acre. The applicant is requesting to modify Condition 2A to revise the site plan dated October 28, 2004, with the revised site plan received on May 12 this year. The purpose of the modification is to provide additional parking and to provide an additional access to the internal driveway that accesses Birmingham Road. It is the applicant's goal to provide easier access to the businesses in the southwest portion of the site. To achieve this, the applicant proposes to delete 3 parking spaces and add 8 parking spaces for a net increase of 5. In addition, the dumpster will be relocated. This is accomplished by decreasing the village green area from 27,567 square feet to 21,941 square feet, based on the revised site plan that was submitted to us on May 12th. This is a total decrease of 1,626 square feet, and I wanted to break down for you all the square footage requirements as it relates to the various plans, overlays, etc. As I mentioned, the required village green was for this northeast quadrant was per the Birmingham Crossroads plan overlay, and in that plan and then the subsequent overlay, this village green was required to be 13,000 square feet. The site plan that was submitted under the plan and the overlay for the actual shopping center, that site plan had on it that the area shown was to be 18,216 square feet, approximately 5,000 square feet more than what was required in the original plan and overlay. When the existing village green was built, however, it was built at 23,667 square feet. We now have the modification to that number via the recent application, and they are proposing to change that to a total square footage of 21,947 square feet. Essentially what they're requesting is the modification to 2A, which is shown here, which is to change the site plans from the original one of October 28, 2004, to the new one submitted on May 12, 2017. And that's essentially what this application is about. Staff's notes that the Birmingham Crossroads Overlay District requires a village green within the northeast quadrant to be a minimum of 13,000 square feet. With the proposed changes, the site plan provides for 21,947 square feet. Therefore, the site remains in compliance with this requirement. Staff notes that the applicant proposes to replace the trees to be removed, as well as an additional 4 trees for a total of 11 hardwood trees. Based on the reduction of the village green and the deletion of mature hardwoods, staff proposes a condition to provide a minimum of benches or picnic tables and a trash receptacle within the village green area. In addition, the placement of the new trees in the site shall be approved by the city arborists. The design and placement of the outdoor furniture and trash receptacles shall be approved by the DRB. The placement of the proposed new driveway meets Chapter 48 requirement of 100 feet from the Birmingham Road, and actually the length is 110 feet from the Birmingham Road, and therefore provides sufficient distance from Birmingham Road for cars entering and exiting the site based on the existing uses within the shopping center. It is staff's opinion that the proposed site plan modification does not negatively impact the existing development and meets the intent of the original Birmingham Crossroads overlay. In addition, these improvements may further enhance the usability of this quadrant of the Birmingham Crossroads. Therefore, staff recommends approval conditional of ZM 17-02. Based on the location of the proposed additional parking, it appears that it meets the requirements of the Birmingham Crossroads Overlay District, which states parking lots shall be located behind to the side of a building. And therefore, staff recommends that VC 1702 be withdrawn. It is not necessary. Recommended conditions. So the mayor and city council approve this petition. The recommended condition should be revised as follows. To the owner's agreement to abide by the following: to the site plan that was submitted to us on May 12, 2017. Also to the following site development considerations: that within the village green, the northeast quadrant, provide a minimum of 2 benches or 2 picnic tables, which shall be timber form construction or as approved by the DRB. Provide 1 trash receptacle within the village green, and that the number and type of trees planted within the area of construction as depicted in the site plan received by us on the 12th of May and within the village green in the northeast quadrant shall be approved by the city arborist. And that is my presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Certainly welcome any questions.
Thank you, Kathy. Is there any, before we hear from anybody from the audience, is there any questions right now for staff on this? Bill?
At the presentation on the 24th of April, I think the green space was calculated at 18,000 and some square feet.
That's correct. And we did work with our Public Works Director looking at that plan, and we felt that it was incorrectly measured, and so we did ask the applicant to measure it, and we did also our own measurement and feel that this new number that we've given you is the more accurate one.
Okay, so when this plat was recorded back in 2004, it was stated there was 18,000 plus feet. Is that correct?
Yes, that was the number on the plat.
Okay, but it's actually 23,000 and plus.
It was the way that it was drawn. So on the original plat, they had identified in that area was 18,216 square feet. When you go back and you look at what was actually built, it's a little bit bigger than that. So we had measured it out to the exact green space that exists there today, which got them to the 21, whatever's on their site plan today.
Okay. Best, Joe?
So on that question of green space, is that contiguous space in terms of how you're measuring it? In other words, is it all one spot, or are we counting, this little spot over here and another spot over there? Or is it all just contiguous?
No, it is all contiguous. It's labeled as the village green.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Sudi, I assume we've got some public comment on this, so we'll start with those in support of that, beginning with the applicant.
And our first speaker is Alan Gordon.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alan Gordon. I'm with Slate Asset Management, and we are the ownership of the shopping center located off 980 Birmingham Road here in Milton. So seeking approval for this project. We bought the shopping center roughly a year and a half ago and had some challenges with leasing the particular property, in particular with this area of the shopping center. We currently have roughly 4,200 square foot of vacancy that we have interest from potential tenants, and actually have letters of intent on right now. But the issue is the parking and how tenants access and their clients access the space. We have roughly, and we need to be corrected on this, but I think roughly 8 to 10 parking spaces now. We currently have a shipping store, a chiropractic user, and a dentist user. And like I said, those spaces are pretty much all used by those tenants with no additional parking spaces for potential prospects that we have to lease the space. So that's really the main reason that we're looking to do this, is to generate some more parking, make it a little easier to access those particular spaces from the main drive. And that's essentially what we're seeking approval on, is to do that, so we can hopefully lease these spaces up and generate some more economic activity for Milton and for people to for the city and for its people to visit these particular businesses.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Hey, Sudi.
Next speaker is Ron Crump.
Good evening, Honorable Board, Mayor. My name is Ron Crump with Continuo Group, 3081 Bridge Road, Norcross, Georgia. And speaking on behalf, Kathy did a great job. I don't know if we can bring back that very first slide real quick. I wanted to just bring to you, have the attention. Did I go too fast?
No, that's fine.
Just to briefly talk about some of the green space, because I know green was one of the primary concerns. You kind of see it on this image. The actual 800,402 square feet, 18.4 acres. Of that in this image, you can see there's a lot of green space on this property. We calculated it at 357,622 square feet of green space. The entire eastern border and some of the northern, as you see, that makes up 44.7% of our entire property that's actually green space. So when you look at that and talk about the reduction that we're talking about, we're actually only looking at a 0.6% reduction of green space in our entire property. That kind of brings into perspective some of the overall encompassing green space of the property. As Kathy very well mentioned, the original contiguous village green space requirement was 13,000 square feet. That was developed in that central portion and has kind of floated around with some older calculations and some newer calculations. And it was found that the existing site does have 23,567. After we reduce that with our drive-through connection, it retains 21,947, still exceeding the 18,000 that was originally believed to be there in the original plat, and well exceeding the 13,000 that was actually required to be there by the condition. With that, some of the other items that kind of came up, Kathy already mentioned, we do actually meet the code ordinance of the driveway distance. Further, there was a statement last month, I believe, if it's not broken, don't fix it, and we purchased this as is. And I'd just like to talk to that what we are proposing to do here is really a maintenance issue. And even if you buy a house as is, you don't just let it rot into the ground. You maintain it. We don't want to see this center go dark. We don't want to see tenants leave. This is a maintenance issue that's really required to bring this back into a grade A shopping center that we think is going to really attract the tenants. Traffic flow and safety, we work with staff, we work with the law enforcement. If there's something that those individuals feel that there's something we can add, we certainly consider it and would be willing to work with them throughout the process and throughout the life of the shopping center. We're always here to be a member of the community. We're here to be a part of the intended community. The need really here, as Alan mentioned, is the hardship. We got to have this connection. It really is causing a hardship for the tenants, and we feel that this is going to alleviate a lot of that pain that they're feeling. We certainly will add the benches, add the picnic tables, add the trash receptacles to the Village Green area to make this an inviting area. I think right now it sort of stands alone. By adding those items, staff made a great call on that. We think that's the right idea. Get some of the people, get some activity out there, energize that center. With that, we would like to request approval of this, and we'll save any remaining time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Sudi.
And the next speaker is Jason Lawson. You're good? Okay. And that's it for in support.
Okay.
In opposition, we have Tim Becker.
Good evening, Council. Tim Becker, 15625 Canterbury Chase. I'm going to go off script a little tonight because there were a few things from staff as well as from the applicant that I want to address right off the bat. First of all, it's not 1,600 square feet of green space that's going away. And so let me lay this out for you real quick. A parking spot is about 180 square feet, okay? So it's 18 feet by 10 feet, sometimes 9 feet. So each parking spot's 180 feet. We're going to create 8 parking spots. So you do the math, you're already at 1,440 square feet just for the parking spot. Then you have a road. If it went straight through, which it doesn't, it curves, that would be 104 square feet. I've gone out there and I've measured it. It's a 25-foot road. So 100 feet, 104 feet times 25 feet is 2,600 square feet. So I'm already at 4,000 square feet of green space. Then you've got the dumpster. So you have a dumpster enclosure with a dumpster. You're talking about more square feet. So we're talking about probably 5,000 square feet. So, you know, I don't trust, honestly, any of the numbers that I heard tonight. In terms of the 350,000 square feet, it's a septic field, okay? It's got a purpose already. It's nice that it's got trees growing in it and that kind of thing, but that's kind of disingenuous to do the math the way that the applicant did it here. In terms of parking, I heard parking. I've spent the last 3 weeks, done a lot of analysis of the site. I've made 36 trips up there. I've gone up there, I've counted the cars that are parked in that one parking lot. There are 86 parking spaces. And at no time was there more than 43% utilization of those parking spots. That includes the employees that park there. So we're talking really 30 to 35% utilization. Now, there are some unoccupied stores, but I find it hard to believe that ever you're going to exceed the number of parking spots that are there. It gets occasionally a little jammed up around where the chiropractor has his office and the dental practice. There's about 9 or 10 spots there that are right out in front. So occasionally all of them will be filled. I would say maybe 10, 15% of the time. But there are parking spots literally, you know, a few yards away in the main parking area. So, you know, I think that's a big problem. In terms of safety, there's a couple of safety issues. The first one is you've got an intersection there, okay, that you're going to create. Unfortunately, you've got a blind spot that's created by the building, okay? Also, cars, it's curvilinear coming in, so cars don't have to slow down very much. So if you have a couple cars backed up there because they want to make a left turn, you've got a safety problem. You're going to have rear-end collisions there. I am convinced of it. The other problem that you've got is I actually went up there. I counted the number of cars that are cutting through the Publix versus the number of cars that are legally going up and making a right turn to go north. 70 cars an hour, 70 cars are cutting through the Publix parking lot. And now we're thinking about creating another cut through for those cars, a more dangerous cut through, okay, that's not going to take them down driveways. It's going to take them down a driveway and then through a parking lot. I guarantee you somebody at some point is going to get injured, or we're going to have something worse that occurs there. Now, the applicant said that he needs to do this for his business, right? This shopping center is not going to go dark. That's scare tactics. But the other thing is I've heard no hard evidence, zero. I've heard no business case for this in terms of what do they predict is going to happen. You know, how much is customer traffic going to increase? So, like I said, I've gone off script here, but some of the things that I've heard, just weren't true. And I would recommend that you strongly deny this zoning modification. Thank you.
Okay, Sudi, if you'd please call the next speaker.
The next speaker is Laura Bentley.
Hi, Laura Bentley, 2500 Bethany Church Road. I visited the Village Green yesterday. It's a very unique, beautiful, and contiguous green space. It's actually representative of everything that we're trying to do here in Milton. I have also been attending the Tree Ordinance Committee meetings, and we are actually trying to mandate exactly what the Village Green is through the tree ordinance. We're trying to have parking lots that don't look like parking lots, that don't have traffic flowing through them at rapid speeds. So allowing this road to swing through this Village Green as proposed will definitely come into green space. It will also move in the wrong direction. I'm unfortunately a regular at Thrive Chiropractic, and believe me when I say this, I know that there are parking spaces there because when you're on crutches, you notice those things. So I never saw that there weren't parking spaces available, and I would say, in my opinion, that perhaps the hardship is self-imposed. Those businesses most likely did not have success because there was no demand. An additional drive is likely to not fix that problem. And I also wanted to mention that I spoke with a community development planner, and they used our Crossroads shopping center there for the rural design of the same type shopping center in Collierville, Tennessee. So we have something very special that needs to be protected, and I ask you to not take away that Village Green, which was there and negotiated for the community. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Sudi, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Our last speaker on this item is Julie Zonner Bailey.
Good evening. My name is Julie Zonner Bailey, and I reside at 255 Hickory Flat Road, Milton, Georgia. I'm here this evening to request that you deny the zoning modification of concurrent variances for the Birmingham Crossroads, specifically ZM 1702 and VZ 1702. The proposed zoning modifications reduce the existing zoning required green space within the development in order to add a driveway, more parking, and movement of the dumpster pad. The green space on the ground currently was a product of the actual zoning that took place in 2004. It was not an accident that more green space was required at the time of zoning, but instead the current level of green space was specifically required on this specific site, on this specific quadrant, due to a number of issues with the zoning at that time that included the removal of huge specimen old hardwood trees that were on this quadrant prior to the development, as well as the overall density that was placed on the quadrant. Reducing the legally required green space should be a non-starter. The zoning and the final site plan should be the prevailing documents, as well as that which is on the ground. It's been on the ground since this was developed, and that was with the intent. The specific crossroads overlay in the final site plan and what's on the ground today is what was intended to be. And while the Birmingham Crossroads overlay had lesser minimum requirements, the specific quadrant required that which is on the ground currently and that which is in place for the reasons noted above. This zoning modification proposes to eliminate a part of the existing dedicated green space, including 7 hardwoods and additional evergreens that were all a part of the originally approved zoning. While different numbers have been bounced around this evening, and those different mathematics could indicate that you could have a variety of different numbers, the reality is what's on the ground is what's on the ground. And so as soon as you introduce a zoning modification that takes that away, you've reduced the green space significantly. When we were last gathered, it was a 30% reduction of 7,060 feet. I still contend that that square footage is about what it would reduce it by. And so short of us all going and remeasuring, I think that the reality is what's on the ground is what's on the ground. And so as soon as you mitigate what's on the ground, you've reduced green space. The conditions agreed to by the developer at the time of the original rezoning included the requirement to place the green space into a conservation easement. It did not appear that it was ever put into an easement, despite the fact that it was supposed to have been done at that time. This does not change the fact that the centrally located contiguous green space is to remain in place for perpetuity. To reduce the green space now for more concrete and more parking, including the removal of even more trees, is in direct conflict with the City of Milton's and this council's stated intent to increase green space in Milton, including the recent $25 million bond referendum, specifically for purposes of increasing green space. Tonight's agenda, in fact, includes the next steps regarding the green space bond, as well as the appointment of citizens to the Green Space Committee. To do anything other than to deny this zoning modification and the resulting reduction of green space would be in direct contrast to the claims each of you have made regarding a commitment to protect green space and the agenda items before you that have already been approved this evening. There is ample existing parking in the development. More concrete and more parking is not needed. There are significant amounts of parking that's not currently utilized. I think everybody can benefit from an additional few feet. Having a parking space that's only 3 to 4 to 5 feet away is not unused and impossible parking to utilize for the tenants that are there. I enjoy walking, I use those businesses, and I always have ample parking. Reducing green space is in direct conflict with the original rezoning, the Birmingham Crossroads Master Plan, and the Rural Milton Overlay. This zoning modification would move the dumpster pad to a more visible location, negating the original and requirement of hiding the dumpster pad. It is unclear how the movement of the dumpster pad in its current out-of-view location can meet the standard and requirement. There was no indication as to where it would be moved and how it would remain hidden. It does not seem that there's another suitable location that would preclude the dumpsters from being in full view, which further negates the requirement of the zoning in the Birmingham Crossroads Overlay and the Rural Milton Overlay. This zoning modification complicates the transportation system of the development by introducing a roadway where currently there is green space. The additional drive and cut-through would bring more cars close to the current entrance off of Birmingham Road, with little distance between the entrance off of Birmingham Road and the current stop sign within the development, thereby creating a public safety issue. This would increase the risk of more backed-up traffic on Birmingham Road, while also introducing a public safety concern due to the proximity of the new roadway where cars would be crossing within the development with regard to the current entrance and flow of traffic. No hardships exist, and none have been demonstrated that deem this zoning modification necessary. There is no hardship. A solution, however, that could create a benefit of this particular green space, add an additional walking path.
Excuse me, 10 minutes has elapsed. Do we want to add any more time?
Yeah, let's, how many, excuse me, Ms.
Yes, sir.
Bailey, how many more?
This is the last comment.
Okay, so we've got, how much are we?
We've got 355 for in support left, and she's.
Okay.
We've used 10 minutes in opposition.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that consideration. An additional opportunity would be where you have 3 parallel parking spots that are next to the deck, as an example. Just create a cute little walking path. It would benefit the green space. It wouldn't take it away. It would benefit the business, and people would enjoy parking in those 3 spots that today don't get utilized. Just create a green walking trail. It would be easy. It would be low cost, and it would not negate the green space that is there. This zoning modification is not warranted, and it should be denied. It is in direct conflict with the existing 2004 zoning that was legally approved and put into place. It was put in place for a reason. The 13,000 minimum was never what was intended for this particular quality as we went through the zoning process. I lived it. I was there at every meeting. I was there when it was zoned. I was there before it was zoned. This was always intended to be the near 24,000 square feet of green space. To take that away in the midst of saying out loud that we want to protect green space is just, it's irreconcilable. I don't understand how we could do that. The green space that was approved as part of the original zoning was to be protected for perpetuity. That needs to be pursued. It should have been in a conservation easement. That was the commitment of the developer, and that commitment should pass through all of our lenses. Make sure that indeed it's put into place so that we don't continue to erode green space that was protected and put in place with intent years and years ago. Again, there are no hardships. We ask this evening that you please uphold the zoning that was put in place with many, many, many folks, many, many hours of an entire community that expected this green space to remain in place. We do appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just as a point of order, would the council mind going ahead and making a motion to add to the other side the equivalent amount of time that has been given to that side,
Yes,
just to have this on the record?
Do I have a motion to balance out the city town?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second. All in favor? How many?
So we'd add like 2 minutes and 35 seconds to the 3:55.
Okay. A motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's passed unanimous. Okay. So at this,
It had gone to 10 for a long time before she.
yeah, I'm not sure. So did we have 10?
You just have to run that clock until it matches that one.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no. If you look at the clock, though, the clock had actually stopped for at least a minute
Well,
beforehand, so.
let's,
If you're gonna wanna go back
we'll
and
allow
look
the
at the date.
applicant to, a couple of minutes to rebut.
Thank you, I
And,
appreciate that. We
we'll
probably
open up to questions.
don't need to belabor the issue that much more. Just wanted to speak real briefly. The mathematics of it all is kind of the back and forth here, and we don't argue that there's several thousand square feet. I think 7,000 is roughly the number. The end answer is that it's not detracting from the way that the contiguous village green was calculated. And the reduction in the contiguous village green is where we see the reduction to 21,947. Overall, out of the green space, out of the 357,622 square feet of green space we have on our property, we do see the reduction of the 7,000. Speaking to the 86 spaces, that is correct, but per your own code, that is not even sufficient to sustain those businesses. That's one of the reasons why we feel this cut-through is a necessity. We do currently have a sidewalk that connects, and we do not see the use of it nearly as much as we would like to. And as much as we all say walking is great, we're a culture that doesn't like to do it much. The safety issues of the rear-end collisions, as we kind of said, we're of course willing and happy to work with the staff and the enforcement to figure out if there is something that they would like to do further. I know stop signs already exist in the center. If there's opportunities to further ensure that safety, unfortunately, you cannot make the world completely proof for everyone, and so that's something we understand. We understand people are using this as a cut through. We would rather see them stop and shop, of course, and if there's any ways that we can improve that, we're happy to take note. The current village green space is already bordered on two sides. We don't feel that this is detracting further from it. By creating those parking spaces, we do feel that it's going to maybe enhance some of it and allow people to use it some more, and adding the park benches and the picnic tables. That village green space was an intent for this entire area, and unfortunately we were one of the few that was held to it in, when I say we, the previous developer. So I feel like there's been less stringent requirements on some of the other developments in the area, and it's kind of unfair in a way and constitutional in a way to hold somebody to a higher standard than you held neighboring properties. Due to the fact that the dumpster is already in that position, it doesn't necessarily alter the view of the dumpster when we rotate things. Having a new dumpster enclosure, we're of course going to do it per the code and per the city requirements to do everything to screen it, to make it aesthetically pleasing, to be compliant with your ordinances and codes. And the ownership is willing to put in a fairly large amount of cash to do all of this rather minor rearranging because they feel it is highly necessary for the business. We will, after everything is done, be happy to actually go through and finish off putting this property into a full conservation easement so that it will not be touched in the future. With that, thank you very much. We appreciate your consideration, and we hope you will grant this application.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes public comment.
Yes, sir.
So I'll close the hearing on that and then open up for questions from the council to either staff or the applicant. Karen?
Yeah, my question is just on the calculation of the amount of green space that is being removed. I mean, you know, we've heard it's 1,600, 1,700 square feet, and then we've heard it's at least 4,000 square feet. How do we know what the amount of green space we're actually losing due to this? How was it calculated, and what numbers can we trust?
Carter, can you address that, please? I'll probably need to come down to get on the big screen.
Okay.
So the applicant can certainly speak to the numbers they've presented to you. I can tell you what we did as staff when we were taking a look at the existing village green that is. When we went back to look at the original zoning plan from the 2004 application, the village green that was identified on that particular plan was 18,216 square feet. On this drawing, it's a little bit difficult to see. It's red on my hard copy, but that internal line, the little bit darker line, is what we estimated to be that original 18,216 square feet. So without being involved in that original zoning, what we tried to do is to go back and identify and at least see how they calculated that original square footage. When we take a look at the existing village green today, that driveway coming in is a little bit different configuration than what it was on the original zoning map. And so there's a little bit more curve to what would be the east of this drawing, to the right of this drawing, going back towards the Publix. The red line on this, the dashed red line, that was originally identified on the applicant's zoning application, the 16,955 square feet, is what was shown in the red. When we looked at the green space that was actually there and the way that they measured it in the original drawing, which took it all the way over to the buildings and out to the curb line on this particular one, we're measuring roughly 22,150 square feet. And so in this area, it really depends on where that line is drawn. We tried to be consistent in our comparison with the two. I understand that the numbers differ a little bit from what the applicant has presented, but all we were trying to do at this point was just to verify that what was being presented was in reasonable proximity to what's there. If you look at the aerials now, I would estimate that the green space there, when you measure it as it was on the original zoning drawing is somewhere around 27,000 square feet. So while the numbers may not be an exact match, we do believe that they're consistent with what exists out there today.
That answer your question?
I think so.
Clear as mud?
Yeah, clear as mud. We still, it looks like the shape of it changed some, and that's why you put them side by side, yeah. That helped a lot.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Joe?
Question for Kathy. So the applicant, the owner, characterized this as just being maintenance activity. And I find it hard to believe that we're getting in the way of somebody maintaining their property. Do you think that's a fair characterization of this?
I'm sorry, would you say that again? Yeah.
So the owner of the property said that this is just routine maintenance. This is maintenance that he's doing to his property so that it doesn't fall into disrepair. And I find it hard to believe the city is standing in the way of somebody maintaining their property. Do you think that's a fair characterization of this?
Oh, I think when we talk about maintenance, we also talk about maintenance of the buildings and the economic development of the buildings. And I think that that's really what this goes to, is that he's, I don't pretend to speak for the owner, but I think there is an economic development function here of how to reuse some of these vacant stores that have been in existence. So I think having him relook at the circulation pattern and the green space, which is affected by that, is basically what we're talking about.
Did the applicant provide you with any supporting data for this, for his plans or what they wanted to do with the property? In other words, on the surface, what they're saying is that there's a parking problem. But there really isn't a parking problem. That's not the problem. The problem is there's a leasing problem. They can't get people to lease a particular space because there's not parking directly in front of it, okay? So this would seem to be aimed at solving a leasing problem. Did the applicant give you any data that supported the rationale for putting in the cut-through and adding these parking spaces that revolved around the lack of parking spaces or the problems they were having with traffic circulation?
As it related to the sites that he's looking to release, to lease up, I should say, that is the reason given for the reconfiguration of this site plan for this zoning modification.
Okay. With regards to the easement, okay, so somebody mentioned that the green space was supposed to be in a conservation easement. Do we have any evidence to support that? Was that a requirement? And if it was a requirement, how come it hasn't been done?
We did search the records to look for that easement. This was done back in 2004 into Fulton County.
Right.
And but we did look to see if indeed there was an easement, and we could not find one. Now, we haven't done a legal search. We did go online and look at the Fulton County easements, but we could not find one.
I mean, is it listed as a requirement as part of the site plan or as part of the zoning that was granted to do this work?
Yes. Do you have that language?
I can assist you a little bit on that. So, and if someone could throw the map up there. There is language in the original conditions regarding placing the park area in a conservation easement. The park area is in a specific tract that is located on the overall site plan. It was in, if I remember correctly, track 1. There's supposed to be some type of path that goes up through the middle of that green space on the east side, and that was designated as the park area throughout the entire 2004 process. There's no mention of the village green in the conservation easement, which is within track 2 on the map. So if apparently we didn't have any luck getting that map up there, but it's there is no the village green, the area we're discussing,
Is not included
was
in
not
the language?
included in the initial, at least as far as we could tell. We pulled up the minutes, we pulled up the condition of zoning, and all it states is the park area to be, in fact, I could read it to you verbatim.
Apparently, I have no signal.
So, section 1, sub D, says to provide an executed copy of a deed of conservation easement between the landowner and a third party which maintains the park in perpetuity prior to the issuance of the first, originally Atlantis Beverage permit, that's crossed out, changed to certificate of occupancy for the development. And then if you go back to the maps, conversations in the minutes of the meeting, the park is the area that is, if you refer now to the site plan, it's in between where you have the word septic field and proposed trail in the park going down through the area in between the two, between septic fields 1 and 2.
So what I've highlighted in orange on that map are the 3 distinct tracks that have been discussed.
Okay.
Tract 1 and Tract 3 are the right and the left. And Tract 2 is in the middle.
And it's track 3 on the right that you think was supposed to have been in a conservation?
1 and 3.
One and three.
1 and 3.
And 2 was not.
Actually, I'm not showing that tract 3 was supposed to be placed in there. I'm showing the park in tract 1. Tract 1 and 3 were supposed to be converted to AG1, which they were. In fact, if you look on a map, you'll see a little island of AG1 in an otherwise C1 zone, I believe.
But they're septic fields, so it's not like you can do a whole lot with them anyway.
Right.
The only mention I was able to find regarding the conservation easement was the park.
So, as far as we can tell right now, the Village Green area isn't under the requirement to be part of an easement, and so therefore its current state is acceptable in terms of the development itself. In other words, we don't have to worry about putting that into an easement at some point, and then by virtue of the fact that it's in an easement, we wouldn't be having this discussion at all.
You wouldn't be, but absent other information that was not in the packet from 2004, if there's other information that exists that would include the Village Green, obviously that would have an impact, but nothing in that packet, and it was a thick packet.
So
it was all regarding the park.
Right. So, Ken, obviously this predates the city. What's the responsibility of the city in this particular case to make sure that this is attended to or is addressed as it was required originally when the parcel was developed?
Well, that's right. I mean, to the extent that there is a zoning condition that has not been fulfilled yet, that upon becoming aware of it, the city needs to make sure it's complied with. So the first function would be to find out exactly what we believe is supposed to be in a conservation covenant or a conservation easement, and then upon determining that, reach out to the property owner and have them dedicate it.
Okay. Anything else, Joe?
Yeah, I've got some questions for the developer or the owner. So you heard my comments a little bit earlier. Can you help me understand what problem you're really trying to solve here?
I think you hit the nail on the head. It is a leasing issue. It is a leasing issue because we actually do all third-party leasing. So we have actually gone through now. This will be the second leasing company that I've hired to help us fill the shopping center up. As they reach out to prospects, that's the main issue that is coming up. We do have a letter of intent with a company right now to operate in 1,400 square feet. He's willing to sign that letter of intent and proceed towards a lease if he can get more parking. But that is his concern there is he says, look, I go there, there's a UPS store, there's a chiropractic store, there's a dentistry. I don't have the data like the gentleman before me presented, but when we have tenants go out there and say, there's 5 or 6 usable spaces here, and you still have 3 vacancies left, where are my customers going to park? And so, yes, that it is a leasing issue, but the reason that it is a leasing issue is because all of our prospects that we go and try to lease the space to says, where the heck are we going to park it? I mean, I've got 1 or 2 parking spaces to choose from throughout the day, and I'm one of potential 3 spaces here. So where are you going to put us? Because, like we said, you're not going to park at Publix, although I should park at Publix and walk here. It's not going to happen. I think I, myself included, are lazy at times and don't feel like walking 100 yards. I should, but I don't. And I think a lot of people do that as well.
In the 18 months since you've owned the property, has that space or these problematic spaces, have they been leased and you lost, or they've just never been leased?
They've never been leased since we've owned the property.
So you sort of were aware of this when you purchased the property?
That's correct.
That there was a challenge here?
That's correct.
Okay. So...
and the feedback from our brokers is that's one of the main reasons why.
So let's just pretend for a second that you were able to put this additional parking, and it's all about the parking, and it's not about the flow through of traffic, right?
Correct.
If you had the ability to
park
put the parking is everything.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, I mean, what? I don't want to question, any kind of analysis that you've done, but I'm worried that allowing this change to go through doesn't really solve the problem. How do we know that this solves the problem?
I don't know if I really have an answer for you there, how it solves the problem. I mean, it does create more parking, and I think that essentially solves the problem for us as we're trying to lease the shopping center to potential prospects, because now they see additional parking rather than 1 or 2 spaces, if that's available whenever we show the spaces to potential users.
When you bought the property, were you aware of any requirement for conservation easement for pieces of the property?
No.
Okay, so that wasn't made aware to you?
No, I mean, we have due diligence teams and from our attorneys, and they may have been aware, but no, I was not personally.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Karen?
I've got a couple questions of the owner. How many spaces are actually vacant right there that have been vacant?
3 contiguous 1,400 square foot vacancies.
Okay, so the 3 spaces that are there would not be, if you lease all 3 of them, you would definitely need more spaces close by to those.
Absolutely.
It looks like, based on what we've been told, that the things that were supposed to be in the conservation easement were just the 2 side parcels where the septic is that correct?
I believe
the
that's correct.
conservation. Would you be willing to also put the rest of the village green in a conservation easement so that all 3 parcels would be in a conservation easement?
Yes, if we could get this project approved, absolutely.
I think you did mention that earlier.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else? Rick?
Just a question, if it's the parking is the big issue, why do you want to have a new drive coming in off from Birmingham Highway?
I think it's ease of accessing those particular parking spaces. I mean, where you could cut off and simply access those spaces. To be honest, I don't know if it's an absolute necessity, but I just think it would be an ease to help the flow of traffic rather than people coming in and have to go all the way back out the opposite direction, where they could just take a right out or left out.
But your biggest issue from, I guess, what I just heard you say was the parking spaces, period.
Absolutely.
Not necessarily the current configuration of driveway in. It's more the actual parking spaces in front of those stores so that you can actually accommodate and lease out and then have the new leases have a place to park when their customers come.
And as you come in, as you're either going into the Publix or leaving the Publix, you could take a right in or take a right out or left and go back the opposite direction. So, I think it would be certainly a lot easier rather than coming in, having a dead end and having to go all the way back. I think it would, just accessing one of the main drive aisles there.
Okay, Bill? And then, go ahead, Bill, and then Bert next.
Mr. Gordon.
Yes, sir.
How many properties do you manage?
We own 75 in the U.S., We own 7 in the Atlanta MSA.
How long have you been in the industry?
I've been with Slate for 4 years, and I've been in commercial real estate for 10 years now.
Have you witnessed with the other 75 properties across the United States where you've run into similar type situations that create, I would say, an economic disadvantage like that?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. The existing access behind those buildings that we're talking about now comes off the westernmost entrance to the development, and you make a right turn heading eastbound in there, and I'm sorry, I didn't count the number of handicapped parking spaces in there. Could you tell me how many there are?
Currently, correct. Yes. There's 2 currently there, correct.
Okay, and one is a van accessible, I believe. And that's the one closest to the dumpster pad, I believe. As a civil engineer, and I speak from that standpoint, I'm not sure who designed that, but I would have been critical about that before, particularly since it's adjacent to that dumpster pad. I don't know how any handicapped individual navigates through there, but that's one thing. How many of the new spaces will be handicap accessible then?
I think we're keeping the 2, correct?
Keeping the 2. So you'll have better accessibility by putting this road through for handicap accessibility.
The 2 new spaces will be placed in front of the storefront rather than off to the side by the dumpster, kind of relegated to a back corner.
Okay.
They will feel like they're more readily accessible.
Well, and I think that's a prime consideration whenever you do site planning, that you accommodate handicapped individuals like this.
Absolutely, sir, especially with the chiropractic industry.
Absolutely.
There as well.
Thank you.
Bert?
So back to the curb cut, is it a do or die? If you don't get the curb cut, but you get the parking, is it all or none?
I would certainly love to have the parking. If we didn't necessarily have the curb cut for the access, that wouldn't be a die, but it would certainly help us to have the parking at the very least.
Sir, if I may, would it be a consideration to do a ride out only?
I'm just talking out loud, so I haven't gotten that far. What about sliding the proposed dumpsters to the west a little bit to kind of tuck them in? Is that a possibility?
Without the site plan in front of me directly, I believe so, but it starts to impact parking if I'm not mistaken.
Backing out how it turns.
Yeah, I don't know, do we still have it up on screen? I walked up with my pad. That's right. We kept it away from the tree root, critical root zones.
So no, without impacting those.
Pulling it west would impact the critical root zone. It would cause potential damage to those roots.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? I'm just going to make a statement, and in listening and hearing and studying this, obviously myself and I'm sure everybody else up here, along with our citizens, and as public comment, someone made that, we just got a green space bond and whatnot, and it's very, very important to us. And this shopping center has always had some issues. I remember early on, probably 8 or 9 years ago, offered to meet with the owners and, said, I was just hearing complaints from tenants all the time, but I actually called the owner and said, come talk to us. What can we do? I can't promise you we can do anything, but, give us a wish list of what you think would make it better. And they were kind of surprised that we reached out to them like that, but then they never responded. Again, the green space, the hardscapes, it's all very important, and that's a big part of the quality of life of Milton, but also a shopping center and a service, the services available to our citizens is a quality of life too that we need to consider. That being said, we've heard comments about there's plenty of parking, but you do have certain stores that probably either obviously haven't leased up or are going to have to lease to a lesser quality tenant or service because of issues. So in my opinion, we as a council and the city and our citizens have to weigh the quality of life and the overall picture. Obviously the green space and the park area is very important to us, but also it should be very important to us to have a thriving shopping center there, because Milton we've got a very small amount of commercial areas, so we need the ones we do have, we need them to be very, very healthy. But it also, when we talk about green, I know myself, I'm about 5 miles from there. Sometimes we wish there were places we could ride up there, whether it's, different businesses or whatever. And I'm sure folks that live around there, could appreciate that more, some, additional quality tenants and services. Also, you think about the footprint and not having to drive, 5 miles down to Crabapple or into Alpharetta too. So again, if, I certainly am looking at this if it is an improvement to the center. And then there's also some, where it's not making a huge impact on green space. I think overall, that actually is better for our community and better for our citizens. So, Matt?
Yeah, there's, it's an important shopping plaza for many people in the northern half of the city, and we all love it. I mean, heck, I go and see Rose at the Publix when she's cooking the dinners, and Julie's husband's there all the time too, and we are in and out of there all the time, talking to people, et cetera. And I think that, Joe, you hit it on the head, that it is an economic question more than anything else. The business owners that are there, and Chuck at the UPS store, and the lady at the dry cleaners, and the dentist I met as well down there, they all agree that they love to see it work, and you hate seeing the empty shops that are there, the 3 windows that are just dark all the time. I do have some concerns on the question, but I actually called Carter about the ride out only aspect. Is that what you're talking about, where if you kind of go in if you're going on Birmingham Road, go into the second entrance and you can come back around and make that right, doing that, I could see that. The issue that we have there on that, it is green space, but the trees are dead, and there's now just a couple stumps where that road is, right? So you're going to add how many trees for doing it? 11 trees, exactly. So, and where are they going to be specifically, all in that area?
There's 3 north of the dumpster, then 3 along the area, and then a few more sprinkled in there, yes, sir. So
Okay.
It's all in that exact area.
Great. So, in talking with the business owners that are there, who do a great service for the people in Milton in that area, I know they've all been for this from what I've heard. I've also heard from several residents too that want to see them be successful because of what they do, like you said, Joe, also. So I think that there's some merit to this. I think we need to make sure it's right if we do it. I think it would have to be with the staff recommended conditions and a ride-out only option on that road, and that would probably be the best thing.
Rick, you have something?
I've got a couple of questions for staff. Carter, can you talk to the traffic flow, both existing and projected, and the potential safety issues by adding another in-turn drive there?
Well, the internal drive meets our requirements. So the way our requirements are set up, either parking or drive aisles have to be 100 feet from the travel lane on Birmingham Road. So the location of it meets our current standards.
I guess my concern would be traffic trying to take a left there versus just down a little bit further, because I know what we deal with some of the queues down on Highway 9 in different areas when it starts to back up. And the other question I had, is there any way we can clear up this whole square footage question on green space and whether or not there ever was anything dictating the conservation easement of the green?
So that's what Ken and I are discussing right now. There's another piece that existed from 2004. It's not part of the zoning conditions. It's a zoning support agreement which was entered into between A.G. Armstrong and two of the adjacent landowners, at which point they discuss certain parts that would be, it's very ambiguous as to what would be incorporated into the easement. So what Ken and I have been focusing on here is what impact does this zoning support agreement, which is not signed by the city, or the county at the time, but between the original A.G. Armstrong and two neighbors, and what impact does that have on the mention of the park? So that was the sidebar we were just having.
Question for Ken. Sorry, Ken, but would this be an opportunity where the property owner and applicant has said they would do an easement on that? If this were approved, could something be done contingent on that? Could that be part of the record?
Right, it could be. This would be a good time to sort of clean this up to the extent that there were some third-party conservation easements that were not entered into. We might want to at least give some consideration as well, though, to the notion that there is this zoning support agreement. And I seem to recall the last time this came up, members of the council, some years ago, it wasn't on this parcel. I seem to recall this involves like 4 different parts of the intersection up there, but there was an issue with respect to this separate zoning agreement and whether we needed to alert the individuals, because it isn't binding as to us, but nonetheless, it's clear to me by the zoning conditions that there was at least some attempt to contextualize and bring some of these protections into the actual zoning when it was done. And candidly, that's what the city manager and I were talking about, is whether some of the zoning conditions can only even be understood by cross-referencing them against this private agreement. And that's probably likely what was intended, but maybe in 2004 it didn't get perfected quite as nicely as we would have liked to. Presumably, this stuff should have been put into a conservation easement prior to the COs being issued, which is not unusual. That's fairly typical when you want to have these sorts of protections. So yes, the short answer is yes. This would be a really nice time to go ahead and clean this up, and candidly, we might want to think about letting the individuals, to the extent they're still in play, if you will, that are the beneficiaries of the private agreement, let them know what is in fact going on, because they're obviously were intended to be protected by this. So yes.
Bert and Joe?
So this might not necessarily be our mess to clean up if the city or the municipality, then it is not included in that separate.
Not included in the separate support agreement. That's the way I read it. Yes, sir.
And the separate support agreement was not a condition of the zoning?
Again, just with the time I've had to look through, I do not see that in the zoning conditions adopted.
Usually the separate support agreements are put in as a condition of the zoning.
There is a lot of cross-pollination, if you will, of the language, but I don't see it where it says this zoning is subject to every letter of this agreement. I do not see that.
So how does that impact our zoning? If it's not referenced in the zoning, if it's not referenced as part of a deed or something like that, how would we even know to apply anything, and in which cases to apply it?
Well, I think at some point, we've talked about the fact that what does the city of Milton do now that we're aware, for instance, that there's supposed to be these conservation easements encumbering the property, and they're not, based upon at least the preliminary title work that's been done by staff. I think we would have an obligation to make that happen now, because it's part of a zoning condition. The issue that the city manager and I were trying to address was what precise property is in fact supposed to be in that conservation easement, whether it's just those areas that Carter was alluding to that are between the septic fields, which appears to me fairly clear to be the case. But what about this so-called green, the village green area? Was that also supposed to be in the conservation easement? And the short answer is in the 5 minutes I've been looking at it, I can't tell you.
But we can make it a condition of the zoning now. a zoning modification now if we wanted to.
That's right. So when you do a zoning condition modification, not only do you have the ability to modify any conditions, but you also have the ability to further tweak the zoning as a whole to mitigate any adverse impacts on third parties. That's what, of course, zoning conditions are supposed to do, so yes.
But we don't have any authority to tweak this
Well
third-party
said.
agreement.
Well said, yes, sir, that's correct.
And do we have the obligation, or does the current owner have the obligation to reach out to these people and say this is, because they could get this all in play and these people find out about it and they could have a bigger issue on their hands.
Right. So, I mean, the
agreement.
first time this came up, again, the situation I was alluding to some time ago is I seem to recall that we asked the applicant or the developer at that time to reach out. At the end of the day, it's a private contractual right between the developer and those third parties, but we just thought it was the better practice as the government to ask that they were at least mindful of what was occurring. Because invariably what could happen is they will walk up and say, well, this has all changed, you've given them all this additional things, and we didn't know it. So, yes, the answer is I think so.
But again, that could be something that could be at least contingent.
Correct.
Anybody else have anything? Questions? I'll open up for a motion.
I'll go take a shot at it. And Steve, Ken, just to make sure, item VC 17-02 is withdrawn. Do we need to mention that in the motion as well? Is that right?
Could you repeat that,
Everybody,
Councilmember
Kathy,
Coons?
The variance.
clarify that.
Variance.
The variance.
The variance
Yeah.
application is withdrawn. We found that it was not necessary.
Not necessary. So is that procedurally, do I need to announce that in the motion or no?
You don't need to announce it in the motion if it has been withdrawn. You
Okay,
do not need to.
okay, so I won't worry about that. So basically, I'll make a motion that we approve agenda item number 17-085 with the staff recommended conditions and a right out only on that road, as mentioned on the map, and then a conservation easement requirement as well for the all of the areas mentioned, highlighted by staffs, by map that you showed earlier, item 1, 2, and 3.
And can you add a minimum of 11 trees?
And a minimum of 11 trees,
It just says here.
as it said here as well.
Can I make a recommendation?
Yes.
In identifying the areas, just from reading through all this, for identifying the areas of green space, I would recommend the verbiage be something along the lines of any green space outside the septic fields in tracks 1, 2, and 3. Only because that's where the issue is right now.
Amendment, as you said, to the motion is accepted.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Kuntz as read into the record with the addition of city manager's comments. Second by Councilmember Thurman. Any discussion? Go.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think, it's hard reconstructing some of these things that came into existence before the city did, certainly before any involvement that I had. I appreciate the fact that some people were really involved in what was going on there, and so we've got different recollections of what was supposed to happen, what did happen, what we agreed to, what accidentally happened, what we forgot about, all those things. But at this point, to me, it's all sort of second guessing. What we have is a site plan. What we have is the development the way it is right now. And I'm a little bit concerned about the cut-through. I understand the cut-through is required because that's the only way you really get the parking to show up. And the reason it can't be a dead end is because if you put the dumpsters down there, the dump trucks are going to have to back out. And that, I don't even want to think about the disaster that'll cause. And I think the right only out of there is going to be problematic. And so I've got some concerns there. I certainly feel for the owners of the property in terms of their ability to lease. I think there's some probably additional creative ways of doing that, but I don't pretend to understand the complexities of their job because I know that there is some different challenges there in terms of what you can and can't do as the property owner in terms of leasing. So I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I can't erase the work that was done by all the people that were involved in this prior to today, and had. I want to be careful how I say this, but having the property for 18 months doesn't necessarily allow you to figure out what will work and what won't work. Now maybe it does. Okay, so maybe I'm being too critical there, but I would have liked to have seen some evidence. I would have liked to had some compelling arguments on this is why we think this is going to make this different. This is why we think we're having difficulty leasing these spaces today. And so the reason for my questioning was really to find out if you guys had some more information that you could share. And I was a little bit disappointed that we didn't have something else. Like Joe said, it's important that whatever commercial space we have in the city is vibrant. I don't count this as being not vibrant. I mean, I don't go there all the time, but when I go there, there's usually stuff going on. So I'm happy that we've got people that want to improve on that. But how we improve it, we don't want to, hurt the thing that makes it unique. And while there's some danger in that, I don't think it's, a foregone conclusion that if we do this, we destroy what it is. So I would just ask, I don't think I can support this for those reasons, but certainly want to, support Milton in terms of the commercial property and making things work out. So,
And I have a question for the applicant too. Is the applicant aware of the motion and understand the motion as far as the requirements that were added in there?
Yes.
Okay. And the only reason I ask that, I know if I were sitting there, sometimes you'd rather something maybe be denied than to get something approved that, you had no way of being able to do that or whatever. So, okay. Anybody else? Karen?
I just have one question to the applicant. Those three places that are storefronts that are currently not leased, do you have any idea how long they have gone unleased? Have they ever been leased? And if so, because the center's been there for, 13 years now. Have they been leased in the last 5 years or?
Not to my knowledge, no. Like I said, we purchased the center roughly a year and a half ago, and I don't know how long they were vacant prior to us purchasing the shopping center. I don't know that.
Okay.
There was one store about 4 years ago.
I've seen a few things.
Yeah, it seems like to me some of those spaces have never actually had a tenant in them.
All right, go ahead, Bert.
Just real quick, I just have some concern with the ambiguity of whether they're part of the zoning conditions or not, but us giving a stamp of approval for something that may be in violation of a private contract between two parties, I don't know what that could do, so that gives me a little heartburn.
How would that be addressed?
What the city manager and I discussed was we think it would be appropriate for the city to place the individuals that were the subject of this contract on notice of what the council is doing, and therefore, to the extent that they want to vindicate any of their private rights under the contract, they could do so at that time.
Rick?
I guess along the same line of questioning, the motion that's before us, does that accomplish that? Or are we approving something and then hoping that we can go back and later talk to those folks, and then we have to go through a whole other process?
No, I mean, the motion that was made will grant the relief basically that was requested by the applicant, but contemporaneous with that, if we alert these individuals to what has been asked for and what has been done, they will have plenty of time. If they feel that it's otherwise a breach of these contractual rights they may have, they could pursue that at that time. Well, whether they choose to do so is up to them.
But at that point, that's a contractual right between the property owner and the individuals, not the city.
That's correct. These contractual rights, notwithstanding whatever they may or may not be, don't affect the city of Milton's ability to take zoning action of this type.
Okay. All right. And again, just any more comments, Bill?
And kind of support what the mayor's talked about here as far as economic viability. And if developments like this are successful, the city's successful. There's some inherent problems there, obviously, and having managed over 75 properties throughout the United States, I would consider you as an expert, more so than myself, but I see some issues here. And you know what's working, what works, and what doesn't work. And I think, as Joe said too, you buy a house, obviously, you're going to find some issues in the house that don't work. And that's going to become apparent over the course of time. And I think that's probably what you've recognized here. And I support what you're doing.
Okay. All right, have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, looks like you got 5, 4, and 2 against. All right.
No, 3.
Oh, 3. I'm sorry. You want to, the nays are the 3 folks to my left. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, city. You will please sound the next zoning item.
Our next zoning item is consideration of RZ 17-02, 12800, 12830, and 12850 Hopewell Road by Fuqua and Associates to rezone from AG1 agricultural to R4A single-family dwelling, to develop 17 single-family lots on 14.6 acres at a density of 1.16 units per acre. Agenda item 17086. First presentation was at the April 10th meeting, was deferred on April 24th. And Ms. Kathy Field.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This is the parcel outlined in red in front of you. Some pictures showing the subject site. The request is to rezone from AG1 to R4A on 14.6 acres in order to develop 16 single-family homes at a density of 1.09 units per acre. This is one home less than what was previously submitted to us. The 2035 comprehensive plan map indicates agricultural, equestrian, estate residential for this site. And this shows the current zoning, which is AG1, and then this shows the future land use maps showing the AEE on this site. In terms of history, the Planning Commission on March 22nd recommended denial on a 6-0 basis on the fact that the development is inconsistent with the 2035 comprehensive plan map. Mayor and City Council deferred the item on April 24th to tonight in order to allow the applicant to revise the site plan, which he has done. This shows the revised site plan with 16 lots with a common area to preserve the trees, and that common area is up on the top in the top left-hand corner of this site plan. For public involvement, the Community Zoning Information Meeting was held on February 28th. There were 15 people in attendance. It was stated at that time that the proposal was inconsistent with the 2035 future plan map, that there would be an increase of traffic, and that it may impact future development adjacent to the Brookside subdivision. To the Brookshade subdivision. The public participation meeting was held by the applicant on February 24th. There were 3 people in attendance. They stated the following: that it was too dense, the rear setbacks were too small, and also the separation between homes and the size of the homes were an issue. Applicant changed the site plan with larger rear setbacks, separation of homes, and clarified size of homes. Design Review Board held their meeting on March 7th, and they questioned if the lots that include the stream buffer are large enough to accommodate a swimming pool without any variances in the future, and asked if the large specimen trees could be saved. In terms of the Board of Education, the total impact of 16 single-family lots, estimated number of additional students would be anywhere from 5 to 18. The proposed development, based on the applicant's revised site plan to submitted to the Community Development Department on May 10th, staff offers the following considerations. Proposed development, in terms of its configuration, the minimum lot size would be 15,000 square feet interior. And on those parcels that are adjacent to Hopewell Road, there will be a requirement that they be 1 acre in size. In In terms of setback, the front would be 35 feet, the side 7 feet with 25 feet between homes, and the rear 50. Minimum heated floor area of the houses, one story would be 3,000 square feet and two story 4,000 square feet. Staff will condition the two 1 acre lots adjacent to Hopewell Road with the rural view shed, since R4A zoning districts are not required to provide this rural view shed requirement. This requirement will be included in the recommended conditions. The applicant will be required to dedicate sufficient right-of-way in order to build a Milton Trail. The applicant will be required to build sidewalks within the subdivision, and that both of these items are required by Chapter 48. Also, the applicant will have to provide a minimum 20-foot wide cross-access easement free of any structures or above-ground utilities for pedestrian interparcel access on the north property line as approved by the City of Milton Public Works Department. Applicant has provided open space in the rear to reserve 3 specimen trees, and recompense will be required for impacted or removed trees on the site. The intergovernmental agreement for the extraterritorial provision of sewer service with Fulton County and the associated map indicates that sewer service infrastructure was fully installed prior to the date of the agreement. However, this recognition shall not be construed as allowing new sewer connections within this area, and new sewer service shall not be authorized within such areas. Standards of review, whether or not the proposal will permit a use that is suitable in view of the use and development of adjacent and nearby property. The proposed 16-lot subdivision consists of lots between 16,566 and 24,930 square feet in size. There are 1 acre lots that abut Hopewell Road. To the north is Vickery Crest subdivision, which has developed lots between 15,000 and 20,000 square feet in size, adjacent to the subject site with average house size of 3,800 square feet. To the east is Glen Haven subdivision, zone T3, developed with large common areas along Hopewell Road at a minimum of 5,000 square foot lots. And further to the north and northwest of Vickery Crest is Brookshade subdivision, zone R2A and R3A respectively. They are developed with lots ranging from 28,000 square feet to over 1 acre in size. The average house size is 3,800 square feet. The proposed development is consistent with adjacent and nearby developments in the area. It is staff's opinion that any proposed development may adversely affect the existing use or usability of adjacent or nearby property based on the fact that the 2035 future land use map recommends the subject site be developed AEE, which requires 1 unit per acre and 1 acre lots. Subject site may have a reasonable use as it's currently zoned AG1. It is staff's opinion that the proposal may cause a burden on existing streets and schools if approved. The proposal is inconsistent with the following land use plan policy, which is we will encourage development that is sensitive to the overall setting of the community and will contribute to our community's character and sense of place. Proposed development is inconsistent with the plan map recommendation of AEE, which requires 1 acre minimum lots. Based on the number and size of specimen trees to be removed, it is staff's opinion that the proposed use may be environmentally adverse to the natural resources, environment, and citizens of the city. Conclusion, the proposed 16-lot family subdivision is inconsistent with the City of Milton's 2035 Comprehensive Land Use Plan. Therefore, staff recommends denial of RZ 17-02. A set of recommended conditions are included if the mayor and city council choose to approve this petition. Recommended conditions. If this petition is approved by the mayor and city council, the rezoning of property located on Hopewell Road should be approved for R4A conditional, subject to the owner's agreement to the following enumerated conditions. 1, to the owner's agreement to restrict the use of the subject property as follows: to single-family detached dwellings and accessory uses and structures, to no more than 16 total dwelling units at a maximum density of 1.09 units per acre. To the revised site plan received by the Community Development Department on May 10th. All areas which are not part of an individual lot and held in common shall be maintained by a mandatory homeowners association. To the owner's agreement to the following site development considerations, and they are stated here, and I've already mentioned them in my presentation. Again, I've also mentioned these previously. To the owner's agreement to abide by the following requirements, dedications, and improvements: to dedicate at no cost to the city Sufficient land is necessary to provide all necessary right-of-way and easements for the proposed future construction of the Milton Trail. Pardon me. All necessary right-of-way and easements for the future construction of turn lanes, even if turn lanes are not warranted. To provide a minimum 20-foot wide cross-access easement free of any structures or above-ground utilities for pedestrian interparcel access. And then access to the site shall be subject to the approval of the City of Milton Department of Public Works prior to the issuance of a land disturbance permit. And finally, a stormwater management concept plan shall be submitted and approved by the Milton Public Works Department. That is my presentation, Mr. Mayor. Any questions?
Okay. So any questions for staff on this? Bill?
Kathy, on the latest submittal from the applicant, have they included any of these conditions that you've recommended?
I believe some have in terms of the saving some of the trees, for instance, and I think that the applicant will respond to those.
You mentioned one up front in your presentation. It's an access to the property on the north property line.
Yes.
Could you explain that?
Yes, it's an interparcel access requirement to the north side for pedestrians. It's a 20-foot wide unobstructed pathway. And this was at the suggestion of the Public Works Department, and perhaps Carter can give you further information on that.
Just try to maintain some pedestrian connectivity between the neighborhoods.
So would it come in at the end of Donegal Lane? Is that where it would
Correct.
come? And connect with what, the sidewalk system within the
Correct. There was a
property?
condition to provide sidewalks within this neighborhood also.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for staff right now?
You know,
Karen?
I do have one question for staff, and I have asked Kathy this. My issue is the fact that we really don't have a future land use plan map, or we really have a land use plan map that says it's a future land use plan map, but it really is a map based on the current zonings. And we got rid of all of the future part of it when we redid the map and the comprehensive plan last time. And I know this was originally reflected as being medium density, and now it's gone to this AEE. Can you address that? I mean, what do we need to do? Because, I mean, if Planning Commission's making recommendations for denial, and you're making recommendations denial based on a future map that's not really a future map, but it's actually a current map, anything you try to do is going to be any rezonings we're going to automatically be denied, recommended denial, just because any changes will be recommended denial. So that's where I'm really struggling with this is if the recommendation for denial by both staff and by the Planning Commission is based on the future land use plan map, then any rezonings will be recommended denial.
Well, I can only speak to this one particularly.
Because this one was reflected as medium density until this last map, I believe. That's
right. Previously, but before the comp plan was updated this last fall, when it was updated, there was a lot of discussion on this particular area in terms of how it should be shown on the future land use map. And at that time, it was determined to follow the zoning that was in place, which was the AG1, which meant that for low-density zoning, it would reflect the AEE designation. And there was a lot of discussion on that, and for the Planning Commission as well, and then came certainly here to the council. But that is the most recent map that we have as part of the comprehensive plan, and that is what it shows, and we do use that certainly as part of our report to you.
Rick, did you?
Yeah, I'm looking at the most current plan that the applicant submitted. And Carter, to your point, when you're saying that there has to be interparcel connectivity, do we usually do that if we're going to have sidewalks along the front of the subdivision? Do we mandate that you have to have access between two subdivisions that are unrelated?
Not in all cases. I think when we've looked at this where we don't have vehicular connectivity between the two subdivisions, we have tried to do pedestrian connectivity. with varying levels of success, I think.
And I guess I'm trying to, if I'm looking at the current map, I don't understand how they would do that, because you've got lot number 8 abuts right up to Donegal Lane, so you'd be going right through somebody's property, or you'd have to change this configuration that they submitted.
That's correct. It would be an easement on somebody's property typically.
Because it looks like it dead ends right into the back of somebody's, the middle of the property, of that last lot that they're proposing, lot number 8.
I don't have the layout right in front of me, but typically we would try and align those down a side property line to make the connection back to the interior sidewalks.
I think in this case, it could probably go to that park. That pocket park is right next to it. No, on the proposed. I think that's the proposed. You could do a little diagonal across it or something.
Kathy, we have different character areas too outlined in the future land use map. What is this character area? What's the verbiage that goes along with that? Like proposed development.
Character area for this area.
Yes, excuse me. The character area that this site is located is called Milton Lakes.
Okay. What is Milton Lakes? What's in our plan? What is it that we say that should be developed
There's
as?
a paragraph here, several paragraphs. Let me see which one is pertinent. The prominent land use of the Milton Lakes character area should remain residential, even though there may be pressure to expand non-residential uses into stable residential areas. Redevelopment of the area to include high-density multifamily residential uses should be minimized, and new residential development should primarily match the mix of housing types and styles of established neighborhoods in this character area. Existing recreational amenities should be preserved and enhanced, and connectivity to the proposed Milton Trail network should be encouraged. This area would benefit from the creation of pocket parks and would serve the residential neighborhoods that lack such amenities. Neighborhoods should have buffers separated from intense development types, because it does abut to the form-based code near Highway 9. Moving on, it says Milton Lakes character area contains a diversity of residential lot sizes, and future residential development should reflect an average of the current diversity of density and housing patterns. Enhancements such as a scenic corridor overlays and bicycle and pedestrian trail options may augment existing development and mitigate the effects of the sprawling development. So that's the gist of what's in there.
Okay, thanks.
Bill?
Kathy, you mentioned in your report the densities of the surrounding, they weren't all surrounding neighborhoods. What about Andover North on the west and on the south of this property?
I'll have Robin respond to that. She has those numbers. So those numbers were included in the staff report. So let me get to that page, and if it's on your, I can give you the page. Start page 19 is a map of the adjacent property owners. So Andover North is, let me get to it. Andover North is in City of Alpharetta. It's R15, which means minimum 15,000 square foot lots. And that is to the south and west of the subject site. So, is there any other items that you would like clarified?
No, that covers the west and
the west and
part of the south.
Yeah, exactly.
What is to the immediate south of the south property line?
So south is actually
existing?
undeveloped in City of Alpharetta, but it's already zoned for R15. It just hasn't been developed yet, which is 15,000 square foot lots.
Kathy, a couple of years ago, we did a review of the existing, or the last parcels, mostly on the west or the east side of town, that were accessible to sanitary sewer. And there were at least a half dozen of them. Why wasn't this one included in that kind of cleanup exercise?
That I don't know. I can tell you that this parcel does have access to sewer, but it is not on the sewer map, which is the agreement between the city and Fulton County to allow sewer.
Right, and that's the point. We went through that exercise 2 or 3 years ago where we identified several of these parcels, primarily on the east side of town, that they had accessibility. And we revised our IGA at that time to clean up that whole issue. And apparently this parcel here was not included in that exercise.
It's actually not just this parcel, but the developed subdivisions adjacent to it are not included in it either, that are completely developed.
Okay. Vickery Crest.
Yes.
Thank you, Max.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Not, we'll open up this hearing to start with the applicant and those speaking in favor.
It's going to be Richard Warnick and Scott Reese.
Just for clarification, this that you've handed out, this is what you're putting up on the map for the public to see?
Yes.
Okay.
There will be more screenshots on the screen than what you were given.
Okay. Just want to make sure that so that the public knows they're looking at the
We're not
same thing. Yeah. Not implying that. I just want to make sure everybody out here knows that.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm Scott Reese with Brumbelow Reese and Associates, doing business at 13685 Highway 9, Milton, Georgia 30004. I'm here tonight representing Fuquay and Associates and Steve and Peggy Fell in their application to rezone their property located at 12800, 12830, and 12850 Hopewell Road from Ag 1 to R4A. You'll see on your screen the proposed site plan for the rezoning. You'll notice the area hatched in green, approximately 5 acres, which we're dedicating or proposing to dedicate to perpetual green space to try to kind of enact some of the recently passed ordinances with the city as far as the creation of green space. You'll notice also the surrounding areas. We wrote in the zonings, and we've highlighted the areas in yellow where we have addressed the staff and neighborhoods' concerns about the R4A zoning. So we've increased the lot sizes from the 12,000 square feet. We've added 50-foot rear setbacks. We've put the rural view shed into effect and 1-acre lots, all things that are not required in R4A that we tried to do to satisfy staff and neighborhood suggestions. Okay, go to the next. All right, as an overlay.
What we are seeing on the screen.
What we're seeing on the screen is what we're getting is not what's over there. There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, so just some overviews of the area. This is a very unique piece of property. You'll see we're surrounded by developed neighborhoods on all sides, except to the south, which is zoned R15 in the city of Alpharetta, but it is an undeveloped piece of property. Just another view and a larger out view. Okay, the City of Milton zoning map shows that, once again, we're an island surrounded by medium and high-density residential zonings. City of Alpharetta with its City of Zoning map, R15. Adjacent and surrounding neighborhoods, there are 9 neighborhoods that have been developed in this general area, all medium and high-density residential. You'll notice across the street is the form-based code, so the city drew an imaginary line, an imaginary line down Hopewell Road. Everything on the right is, on the east side, is the form-based code T3 with a density 5,000 square foot lots, 8 per acre. Okay, go to the next. City of Milton Comprehensive Plan Update 2016, the verbiage, as was read earlier, where I've highlighted higher density residential development opportunities exist in Milton Lakes and Bethany. Outside of these areas, the majority of the city is reserved for low density residential development. We're in the Milton Lakes character area. I asked staff to give me a list of those areas that were reserved for high density. They were unable to give me that. Okay, go on. The Milton Lakes character area, you'll notice our site, most southern portion of the city. We're bordered on 2 sides by the city of Alpharetta. Development guidelines, as was read over before. The verbiage created by staff, approved by you, how we should develop in the Milton Lakes character area, states that this area contains a diversity of residential lot sizes, and future residential development should reflect an average of the current diversity of densities and housing patterns. In our general area, instead of averaging the 5,000 and the 15,000, we went with 16,000 square foot minimum lot, so our smallest lot is bigger than anything in close proximity to our subdivision. Okay, go ahead. Okay, City of Milton Future Land Use Plan 2030, which was preceding, had us as a residential designation. Lo and behold, we got changed to ag. So, all right, go forward. This is the sewer map. We've discussed this. It doesn't make any sense to me. Years ago, when this was supposedly created, we were told that if it was serviceable by gravity flow, it was sewered. If it was a pump station was required or lift, if it was not gravity flow, it was not sewered. Okay. Mandatory sewer connection. As you're all aware, health department issues septic permits. The state manual and the Fulton County Health Department manual give mandatory sewer connections based upon proximity to sewer lines. We're not proximate to a sewer line. We have a sewer line through the middle of our property. So it's not just on, it's all the way through. And we're surrounded on 4 sides. Fulton County Health Department, when we addressed them, they gave us these comments and these forms. And then they sent us an email back that says this property will be required to be tied to sanitary sewer. In effect, the response that I got back from the plat that was forwarded, sanitary sewer is immediately available for this lot. If there's something missing, please let me know. Okay. All right. Just to go back through the rezoning site plan, we made many changes to try to address staff comments, neighborhood comments. So we've ended up with 16 lots with a pocket park and a total common area set aside perpetual green space of 1/3 of the property. Our smallest smallest lot size is greater than 16,000. We've agreed to the rural view shed. We've got 1 acre lots. Our specimen trees that we field located, we're only going to take out one during construction. There is another one that we will be having a fair amount of critical root zone disturbance, but we're hoping with arborists, with selective pruning and management, that we can save all but one. In summary, the applicants feel they've produced a site plan and rezoning request that is completely consistent with the neighborhoods in the surrounding area. They have tried to satisfy all reasonable requests from neighbors and staff to create a product that will be an asset to the city of Milton. They have reduced yield as low as they can economically go. They're preserving 1/3 of the property for perpetual green space. They are maintaining the rural view shed and 1 acre lots along Hopewell Road. The applicants have retained counsel and submitted their letter of constitutional property rights. They absolutely feel this rezoning and site plan is the best and most consistent use for their property. They contend that requiring them to have an agricultural use for their property and its locale and the surrounding uses of other properties destroys their property's value. They do not understand why their property is being treated differently than surrounding properties. Their plan is the best situation for all concerns. Richard Wernick would like to speak now and will be available for questions.
Good evening, Council. This is Richard Warnick. I reside at 3366 Carberton Lane in Alpharetta. I would like to highlight a couple things. One, Vickery Crest, I actually was the developer of Vickery Crest. Would like to highlight the fact that this, you saw the road that dead-ended in, it was always intended that this actually be part of the Vickery Crest subdivision. At such time when we developed, we were not able to acquire the Fells property at that time because they had their daughter living there and wanted to keep that for a while. But now as the Fells have decided to sell. I think the interesting, we also did not have the rural view shed at that time when we developed Vickery Crest, so Vickery Crest does not comply with the rural view shed, whereas this development will comply with rural view shed. The specimen trees, Scott has highlighted. I think it's important that we've been talking tonight about green space. This is going to be over 5 acres of green space, which does not include the area out there on the frontage of the property, which is the 1 acre lots, and it will be a lot of green space there that will not be disturbed according to the rural view shed, and that's not actually counted in the 5 acres. Would like to think, I believe we do comply with Milton Lakes. It's been pointed out tonight what the wording actually says about the surrounding densities. Would like to note that the density here is 1.09 units per acre, which is well below the average density of the surrounding subdivisions, which is actually the criteria that's in the Milton Lakes. At least 88% of the specimen trees will be saved, and probably 94% of Scott can work some magic as he does the engineering.
Excuse me,
for
10
that.
minutes has expired. Do we want to add some time?
Okay.
I'm about through.
Will need to be by
Council
motion.
okay to add a couple of minutes, and then we'll add that to both sides too. If we need
Mr. Mayor, just again, our rules do anticipate a motion on that.
Yeah, yeah. Sudi, you have public comment cards. Do we have, how many public comment cards do you have?
We have no more in support. We've got 3, 4, 5 speakers for opposition, and then I've got just a few to read in the record.
I'm going to ask that, because we'll probably need some more time in opposition too. So if the council can have a motion that we add 5 minutes to the time, and it'll go both ways.
Second.
All in favor? I have a motion and a second for 5 more additional minutes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. The pocket park that's going to be used as part of this subdivision will be improved to be part of that. And I think actually the connection that Carter was indicating could actually come out and go through that pocket park as probably a future connection if that's what city decides to do. We do accept all of the staff's recommended conditions. When we believe that Woodliff Green does meet all the criteria for the Milton Lakes area, and we would appreciate your approval tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Judy, if you please call the next speaker.
In opposition, the first speaker is Jennifer.
Okay, so we're
into
that's all
opposition.
okay, so now it'll be in opposition. Okay.
And Jennifer Pino.
Thank you so much for having us. My name is Jennifer Pino, not Pino, but Pino. I've spoken with you several times already. It's great to see you again this evening. I had something prepared, but I feel like I also need to kind of go off script to address a couple of issues that I think are really at the crux of the problem that I have as a nearby resident. Perhaps I didn't say I live at 175 Oakhurst Leaf Drive, and I do live in the Brookshade subdivision. I emailed all of you today, and I hope that you read my email, and I did talk about something I brought up in a previous rezoning meeting, this one and the one that we had last year, which was regarding the property on the north end. And, just to reiterate for those who have not heard this, the proposed rezoning at that time for the property on the north end of Vickery Crest, which was a similar scheme, resulted in a property that was under contract being lost. And it was specifically because of that. I've got the emails and the explanations if you ever want to see that evidence. But the home sat on the market for months longer during that time. And then it was sold at a loss of $22,000 for that homeowner. The problem is this high density does affect value. I understand what the builder is saying. He's looking at the map. He's saying, gee, well, these properties to the west and to the south are certainly higher density. They're $15,000 square feet per lot, but that's the city of Alpharetta. Why should we be matching the city of Alpharetta? We are the city of Milton. That's what sets us apart. If people wanted to live in Alpharetta, they would move there. They would enjoy that higher density if that's what they're looking for. The citizens here are not looking for higher density. The reason the CLUP changed was because there were many meetings about that. As you know, this was not something that was taken lightly. The citizens have spoken clearly about this, and there was a determination made by all the people that went to those CLUP meetings and the people that sat on those committees and recommended those changes, and they specifically noted that this area should be changed to reflect the AEE, which is the same as AG1, one home per acre. Now, the biggest problem I have with the document that you see here with the green is it's actually covering an area. It's like kind of wherever it's drawn in green is covering the map that's underneath. If you look at the map underneath, you'll see that that area is comprised of a dry lake bed. The dry lake bed is 4.326 areas. And beyond that, there's a 25-foot state stream buffer around it. Then there's a 50-foot Milton stream buffer around that. Then there's a 75-foot impervious setback. Okay? These areas cannot be built on. So when you're talking about the density and whether or not it's high density versus not high density, let's look at the actual data. Okay, so my neighborhood is 2 north of this, a stone's throw away, and they're saying that the density is the same. Well, in Brookshade, there's 138 lots, and they range in size from 0.62 acres at the smallest to 2.06 at the largest. So it's not that just some are close to an acre, even though our average, when you take out our common area, our average acreage is 0.858 per lot. That's the average, the smallest being 0.62. This proposed area has the smallest at 0.38, so that's almost half of ours, and the biggest one is 1.03. Okay, look at our common area. Our common area is actually 6% of our total build. Their common area is 40% of their total build, but that's because they can't build on it anyway. They're deeding it. They don't have any amenities on it. Our 7.68 areas of our common acres of common area, have our clubhouse, a playground, a separate swing set area, a parking lot that serves the tennis court, and a giant swimming pool. We have 2 tennis courts. And there's a footbridge with a path that runs along a brook. The fact they have no amenities goes to show you this area can't be built anyway. So to say that we're going to have 16 lots and 14 of them are going to be on around 0.4 of an acre or less, and then we're going to have 2 of them that are around an acre, saying that's the same as a neighborhood that has, I've got, let's see here, 87.5% of the lots in this community proposed do not match the minimum lot we have in our neighborhood. 14 of them don't even match the minimum of ours. So how can they say that that's comparing apples to apples? You need to really look at the map, see what the land is and how it's being used. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd please call the next speaker.
And next speaker is Rick Bach.
Council, Mayor, my name is Rick Bach. I live at 215 Oakhurst Leaf Drive in Brookshade, and it's tough to follow Jennifer. She really outlined it well and basically said all the things that I had made notes of. But just a couple of other items, if I may. One, I do think that it would, as Jennifer said, create lower comparative sales in our neighborhoods. Certainly will increase traffic on Hopewell Road, and traffic that is bad already and gets worse kind of on a daily basis. We have one of the lots in Brookshade. We're at about 28,000 square feet, so considerably larger than what was proposed here. I certainly agree that we're not Alpharetta, so while we enjoy going to the city of Alpharetta and use some of their amenities, we live in Milton for the very reason that Jennifer just explained to all of you. I would like to make reference to the fact that it's AG1, and as was mentioned several times earlier, it is inconsistent with the Comprehensive Land Zone Plan to 2035. Now, whether it's future or existing, I'm not expert on that, but it is the Comprehensive Land Use Plan for the city that we live in. And over north is Alpharetta, as has been mentioned several times already. So I respectfully request you to deny this petition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. City, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Tim Becker, and we do have 8 minutes, 17 seconds left.
But you've got several more cards, correct?
I have 3, including Mr. Becker, and I've just got to read a couple.
Good evening, Council. Tim Becker, 15625 Canterbury Chase, Milton, Georgia. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to the proposed rezoning. I attended the CZIM and the Planning Commission meeting conducted for this rezoning. I also attended the CPAC meetings where land use redesignations were discussed. I attended and spoke at the April 25th council meeting when the subject rezoning was deferred. I also sent you a letter yesterday. There are a number of reasons for rejecting this rezoning. First, staff has recommended against approval. I've read their report and it's thorough and well-reasoned. Second, the Planning Commission has unanimously voted against this rezoning. The Planning Commission rendered a professional and well-reasoned recommendation against approval. Third, this rezoning violates the Comprehensive Land Use Plan, as many people have mentioned, which was just approved in October. I attended and participated in the several CPAC meetings, and I distinctly recall the conversations that were had about land use redesignations. A number of us argued over a long period of time and successfully for not changing any land use designations for any properties. This property's current zoning should be maintained. The developers, the landowners, and Mr. Reese all had ample opportunity to argue for a redesignation of this property, and they chose not to do so. Fourth, this rezoning increases density. I seriously doubt that this parcel of land would support more than a maximum of 7 to 8 homes. Citizens are overwhelmingly against any and all schemes to increase density. Citizens are fed up with traffic congestion, overcrowded schools, and other problems resulting from density giveaways in Milton. Fifth, the developer will cite previous rezonings and has cited previous rezonings and surrounding density as justification for rezoning. However, I remind you that the city attorney has repeatedly stated that previous rezonings do not set precedent and that each rezoning stands on its own. I don't entirely agree with this, but that seems to be the city's position. Furthermore, much of the surrounding density was approved by Fulton County and before Milton was a city, and we should not consider it binding. And I would further point out that some nearby properties have been built out at lower densities, such as Hopewell Plantation and Brookshade. That's once and for all, council needs to draw a bright line in the sand regarding rezonings that seek higher densities than are allowed by right under existing zoning. These rezonings and other applications by developers for special treatment are consuming vast amounts of staff and council time and diverting scarce resources away from more important matters such as traffic congestion. Developers need to understand that the city will not approve rezonings or other schemes to inflate developers' profits. I urge council to deny this application for rezoning. And I wanted to make one additional statement, again, going off script. I'm hearing this refrain in several council meetings that we should defer to the development experts, that we should leave it to the development experts. I think this is a ridiculous statement. It's disrespectful to citizens. Our opinions matter. When you say something like that, you're disrespecting the citizens out here. We're going to have a choice soon, and hopefully we're going to vote for ourselves and not for developers. Thank you.
Hey, Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Miss Julie Zonner-Bailey.
Good evening. My name is Julie Zonner-Bailey, and I reside at 255 Hickory Flat Road, Milton, Georgia. I'm asking you this evening to please deny RZ 1702 on Hopewell Road. Please note, I am aware that the applicant has made some minor modifications to the originally submitted rezoning request. And while I appreciate those efforts, it does not change the fact that this rezoning remains significantly inconsistent with the land use plan and the policies of the City of Milton. As such, this zoning request should be denied for the following reasons. Staff recommends denial of the rezoning for all of the reasons outlined in their analysis. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended denial of this rezoning after careful consideration of the facts and all of the applicable land use policies of the City of Milton, including the most recently adopted Comprehensive Land Use Plan of October 2016, as well as the legally approved intergovernmental agreement between Fulton County and the City of Milton. This rezoning is in direct conflict with the Comprehensive Land Use Plan approved as recently as October 2016. The Comprehensive Land Use Plan requires these parcels to remain agricultural, equestrian, and estate, AEE, designated land with a 1 acre minimum. The future land use plan is in place to ensure that the land use policies now and in the future are upheld. That's why it is a future land use plan. That's why it's in place. The threat of a lawsuit is not a reason to approve a rezoning that violates the Comprehensive Land Use Plan and the agreed-to IGA that's in place. In fact, I would contend that the threat of a lawsuit is exactly why you uphold the Comprehensive Land Use Plan. It's only when you uphold the Comprehensive Land Use Plan that you have a legal foot to stand on. We need to uphold the future land use plan, the current land use plan that was adopted in October of 2016. It is what citizens expect. The proposed density with lot sizes of 15,000, and I hear tonight a 16,000 minimum square feet or similar sizes, is inconsistent with the 1 acre minimums required of the AEE zoned land. High-density lots are not appropriate for this area, as evidenced clearly by the recently approved Comprehensive Land Use Plan. You all adopted that. The high density proposed would negatively impact specimen trees. Again, I acknowledge the fact that the developer has attempted to preserve some additional specimen trees, but it's too little with regards to the land use plan and what's expected. The high density requested would require a connection and/or an extension of sewer, depending on how you want to define that. Yet this area and these parcels are to remain non-sewered as evidenced by the comprehensive land use plan as well as the intergovernmental agreement and associated maps. Staff and the legal representatives for the City of Milton have stated into the record, and it was restated tonight and it was on the overhead, that the IGA indeed trumps anything that Fulton County's Health Department might suggest regarding sewer connections. This area of Milton is clearly to remain AEE, 1 acre minimums with no connection of sewer. The subject site has a reasonable use as currently zoned as AEE. Nearby properties that have relied on the comprehensive land use plan and the AE designation, as well as citizens who have relied upon this, would be negatively impacted by the allowance or approval of higher density and sewer extension and or sewer connection on these parcels. The citizens of Milton expect the comprehensive land use plan, the zoning categories, and the underlying zoning policies, including the no sewer policies and the existing IGA, to be upheld by each of you individually as well as collectively as a body that represents us, the citizens of Milton. For all of these reasons stated herein, I ask that you please deny rezoning RZ 1702. Respectfully, I do appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City, if you'll please call the next speaker.
We've got Laura Bentley, and there's 33 seconds on the clock.
Can you do it?
I can do it. 33. Do I have to say who I am and where I live? All right, Laura Bentley, 2500 Bethany Church Road. I'll happily respond to that question about why this parcel wasn't included in the IGA. It's not included because the citizens don't want it included. We voted, we worked hard on the IGA map. We don't want sewer extended. We don't want this density. And if I can just help you to recall the Ebenezer rezoning where that developer promised us 48 homes. Either way, it's not 48 homes. It's 21. You'll never get 16 homes on this parcel. Thank you.
You have 4 seconds left.
Okay. All right, City, I believe you had some cards to read into the record.
I'll just read the position. Some are one line. Nancy and...
Hold on, excuse me one second. Ken, just, should we add some time for that? Since this, or...
I have 4 cards. Basically, they're just either saying in opposition.
I don't. The time is with respect to the pros and the cons. At this point, I think we just need to read these in the record. That is Milton practice.
Okay, do we need to read them out or just the position that's in?
We typically just read the position and not the entire statement.
Okay.
Do you want the name and address also?
Please.
Nancy and Peter Hernandez, 155 Oakhurst Leaf Drive, Milton, Georgia. Please vote no on rezoning. Opposition. Barbara Notch, 565 Oakleaf Way, Milton, Georgia. She's in opposition. Pam Bach, in opposition, lives at 215 Oakhurst Leaf Drive in Milton, Georgia. And Linda Bates at 330 Oak Hill Court, which is in Brookshade Subdivision, Milton, Georgia, in opposition, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. I will close the public hearing now.
Look, it has time for rebuttal,
Oh,
don't they?
I'm sorry. Yep, if we have time.
Got
I bet.
4
It's a long
minutes
night.
and 38 seconds.
I'm sorry, repeat.
4 minutes and 38 seconds.
I'll try not to use all of it. A few things to address in rebuttal. It's not just the city of Alpharetta that we abut. We also abut Vickery Crest in the city of Milton, 15,000 square foot lots. As we demonstrated on the overhead, there are 9 subdivisions that were developed in this intermediate area on sewer with less than 1 acre lots. The designation of the CLUP map changed. So, in effect, their rights were downsized. And we keep discussing the plan. The plan, the verbiage states specifically that these properties in Milton Lakes should be developed at an average of the surrounding neighborhoods. The map is a separate entity. I contend that there are some errors in the map. The property that was rezoned 2 years ago is still shown agricultural on the map, and the subdivision is permitted Crescent Ridge at 18,000 square foot lots. So the map has some errors in it. To me, you can't completely ignore the plan. all the verbiage in it and just go by the map. They are one and the same. You have to consider the verbiage along with the map. To address concerns about destroying price values, these homes are going to be projected to be in the $850,000 to $900,000 range. They exceed the values or the assessed values of the surrounding neighborhoods. This will not destroy home values in the general area. Its developers are, built up as the bad guy. Here we have a local home builder. He doesn't have lots to build homes on, so he is forced into the role of a developer. But the problem is, if you're a home builder, you have to have lots. If you don't have lots, you've got to create lots. But you also have tax-paying property owners here that have their property rights usurped when the surrounding areas are developed at a high density, and then we hold them to a standard of agricultural. And I know we keep hearing that this property can be used agricultural. I don't really think any of you would agree that this property has a legitimate agricultural use. A residential use, yes. You may argue a little bit about densities, but we're not adjoining White Columns, the Manor, or Triple Crown. We're adjoining 15,000 square foot lots and 5,000 square foot lots and zoned R15. We have to, in the real world, develop properties similar to what we're surrounded by. I guess in summary, I'm a member of the Georgia Farm Bureau, the Georgia Cattlemen's Association, the National Cattlemen's Board. Anyone that argues that this is a legitimate agricultural property, I can't find that. Residential use, yes, but this is not going to be a cattle farm. This is not going to be a pig farm. This is not going to be a horse farm. It's going to have a residential use. We have submitted a plan, and the applicant's desire is to build a neighborhood that is an asset to the city of Milton that matches or exceeds the lot sizes and the house sizes of adjoining and proximity properties. Thank you so much for your consideration and time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I'll close the public hearing and open up to the council to any questions or comments to staff and or the applicant. Joe.
Yeah, so Scott, have you been involved with this property for a while, or when? Can you tell me when you became involved as potentially developing this property?
Really, prior to the recession.
Okay, so you've been around it a while. Okay.
Yes, I have.
So I would grant you that there is some inconsistencies in our comprehensive land use plan when the map says one thing and the language says something else. I think you pointed that out, okay? But what I can't reconcile is the fact that you knew that the property designation changed.
I found that out I was alerted to that fact prior to the Planning Commission and City Council, and I spoke in opposition at both of those meetings.
Did you attend any of the CPAC
I attended
meetings?
one, and the language, I was told that there were no anticipated changes to the map. This is the only property that I can find that changed from the two maps. And, I know in a perfect world you would, I still find it troubling that this designation was changed and the owners of this 3 parcels were not alerted to that designated change. To me, it's if we're going to only use the map to classify land use, then it is in effect a zoning map. And if you downzone someone without going through legal ramifications, I think you've usurped their constitutional rights. So if you're going to use the map only and disregard the plan, and you down-zoned this property, it's without notifying. And
Right.
there was no notification to the Fales or Mr. Fuqua, who owns the other two properties, of that effect. But I did attend, and I contacted staff about any, and there was no anticipated changes to the zoning map from the 2030 to the 2035. And this is the only one. So to me, it's once again, a unique outlier. And I will be, pardon me if there are multiple other changes. This is the only one I looked over, the only change
Okay.
to the map.
All right, thanks. Kathy? So how do we figure out the difference? I like what Karen said at the beginning of this, and that is, I mean, if the future map represents what is currently there, and we don't allow, or we suggest to everyone that we can't change that, then every time you guys on the staff review a zoning change, it's going to have to be denied. Every time the Planning Commission reviews one, it's going to have to be denied. So how do we deal with this?
Well, I really just would like to talk about this particular parcel, because in terms of anything else out there, we really haven't identified it, and I really am not prepared to comment on it.
That's fair.
But in terms of this one, there was significant amount of discussion at the CPAC hearings, which is the Comprehensive Planning Action Committee, whatever it's called. And they did discuss this a lot, and this was a very contentious discussion with the neighbors there and with members of the Planning Commission there and other members of the CPAC to discuss the future land use for this area. Now, in the past, yes, it had shown up as medium density, but the discussion was that the neighbors and the stakeholders for this area really felt that it should be low density. And so that's really how it showed up, is terms of low density. Now, our zoning, which reflects the policy of the land use, a low density equates to an AG1, which is our 1 unit, as you know. So that's really, and it did come through from the CPAC. It went to Planning Commission and on to the City Council. But it was a long discussion with the neighbors there, and it was pretty unanimous.
When you guys were having that discussion, and I know you might not remember this, although it seems like this was sort of unique, did we invite the landowners? Did we make the landowners aware that the change was in the offing, that we were going to be discussing this at a CPAC meeting? Because I find it a little bit weird that the neighbors are there, but the landowners aren't there. So was
now,
this?
They are advertised, and I don't think we don't do that. We advertise and we have ads in the paper and it's our usual process. But we don't actually zero in on particular landowners for discussion purposes. We just advertise that it's going on.
Do you think that there is a sort of a delta between what we say on the map in terms of AEE and what we say in the language related to Milton Lakes, and that it needs to be developed at a similar level of density as the surrounding properties? Do you see that as a disconnect?
I think didn't we talk about that, but the CPAC said to leave the description alone, that they were fine with the description of the Milton Lakes.
I think I can clarify some of that because I was on the CPAC. This was originally reflected as low density, but the question was, what is low density? And the low density was approximately 1 unit per acre. Well, then they said, well, is it a minimum of 1 acre lots, or is it 1 unit per acre to be low density? And that's what that question is. So they just changed it from a low density, approximately 1 unit per acre, to AEE, which was a 1 acre minimum. So that's where the difference came in, is when and CPAC's comment was, well, we don't want to be the one to make a change on the map. If a council wants to make a change, they need to make the change.
Right.
For us.
which
Yeah.
is an important
But the verbiage
issue here, and that is the map is a suggestion or a recommendation, and it's not actual zoning action.
That's right. It's a policy, but it's a very detailed policy in that it speaks to each parcel as opposed to the description of Milton Lakes, which is sort of just a general description to try to capture the intent. But the specifics are shown on the future land use map, and where you really can see each of the parcels, so that when we look at a rezoning, we go to the future land use map. It's one of the first things we do to see what it says. It is the land use policy for the city, and our zoning tries to reflect that land use policy. And if there's a rezoning, we look to see if it is consistent or not, and that's the process that we use.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Bill?
Okay. I keep going back to the sewer issue here. Now, if it was to remain 1 acre parcels here, which would dictate the fact that you'd have to have septic on those parcels.
Right.
So how do we justify having 1 acre lots in here with septic fields right over the top of the sanitary sewer?
Well, I think that really comes to be a legal issue, if I might switch to our attorney, because we did ask him about the consistency of the fact that there was sewer available, but it was not shown on our IGA sewer agreement with Fulton County. And so we did ask for some clarification, so perhaps the attorney would be willing to share.
Right, that's right. So the City of Milton has a intergovernmental agreement with Fulton County with respect to the provision of sewer. Generally divides the city up into 3 basic areas. There are areas that are unsewered and will presumably never be sewered. There are areas that have sewer and have identified as sewer but do not allow sewer expansion or extension. And then there are areas that are otherwise identified as are available for sewer extension. And my understanding of this particular parcel is it fits into the node where there is sewer on the property. As I understand it, it's on the property, but no new connections are allowed.
And the reason being that we didn't clean this up 3 years ago when we
Councilmember Luss, my recollection is that these various designations on the sewer map were the product of decided council action, that they were much debated, and this is where the council, again, I understood, came to on purpose. We have sort of molded our IGA with Fulton County to the point that Fulton County has basically said, pursuant to contract, City of Milton, just tell us where you want sewer, and any place that you tell us you want sewer, as long as we have the technical and capacity to serve it, we'll serve it. So they've really given us almost the unilateral ability to modify the sewer map as the city in its enlightened conscience believes is appropriate. So I hope that, at least in some respects, answer it.
I guess I'm trying to recollect whether or not this parcel came up during that discussion. And if it was not brought up at that time, what was the reason for it?
I don't know. I mean, to your point, I will answer this. I was meeting with the city manager before the meeting today. We were actually going over those precise issues. And I am going to myself look at some of the minutes of prior meetings, because I will agree with you, the council has gone back a few times and picked off some parcels that by all measures seem to make good sense, that they needed to be coded the right way, if you will, because of their proximity to sewer. But this one has not been changed.
This is probably one of the more obvious cases out there that we probably discussed at that point in time. I guess going forward, the question is, and I'll ask it again, how do we justify keeping these as 1 acre lots here that would mandate that they have their individual septic systems, and probably half of them would be located right over the top of an existing sanitary sewer.
So,
Just
right. That may have
I don't
been,
expect
that may have been rhetorical, so I understood. Yes.
Let me just address, as most, some of you know, there was quite a bit of debate, and that was probably 7 years ago or so, hot issue, and I don't believe the intent, I know mine wasn't to go in and find every parcel that could be sewered and allow sewer, but it was more of the fact that the boundaries that everyone was talking about had a little bit of different, everybody had a little bit of different story. So at that time, we tried to encapsulate what had already been sewered and things that had been committed or promised by the county to sewer and what was expected to be sewered. But I'm positive, I know from my perspective, we didn't reach out to every other parcel that possibly could be sewered. So we wanted to draw that line so that there was an expectation we could stick with it. So
And that
that's
makes,
just a little bit of
that
history
does
from-
make sense, and it may just have been that either this one did get specifically identified and was missed, or it just never was called out because there was no pressing need to think about it. I mean, you can remember that there have been a handful of situations where owners have come to us and said, you missed me, you shouldn't have missed me, think about it again, and the council's
And I
tried to
think,
be reasonable.
that debate too, it's good, a lot of it is density and zoning versus sewer. People probably wouldn't have a problem with sewering 3-acre lots if it was, if it were the density on it and that was controlled. But anyway, Bert, all right, Karen, and then Bert.
On the sewer map, since we're discussing sewer, is there any differentiation between how these three parcels are reflected, how Vickery Crest is, Brookshade, or even Crooked Creek are reflected on the sewer map compared to how these parcels are reflected?
My recollection, are those subdivisions you just named, are they contiguous or
Yes,
adjacent?
yeah.
I seem to recall from looking at the map earlier today, they were all the same color.
Bert?
My memory of the sewer map, and not to belabor this, but was, I think there were 14 parcels that weren't currently sewered that were looked at, and I believe in some negotiations or something, a judge said, I think these 9 or 7 or something should be sewered, and I think we adopted those. I believe. I don't remember the specifics of that, but that's
That was as part of the
former
forgive me,
Chief
that was
Justice.
part of that was Justice Fletcher. Yeah, that was part of the service delivery strategy negotiations where the city of Milton was negotiating with Fulton County. And that's right, that was sort of our compromise position. But I will say that even since then, our sewer intergovernmental agreement with Fulton has even morphed to now where Fulton has basically taken the position I mentioned earlier, which is, look, City of Milton, you tell us where you want to have sewer, and we will provide it if it's available. So they really have sort of given us almost whatever license we need. And of course, the city has been very, very, very parsimonious and reluctant to do that.
Rick?
Ken, just a couple of questions. In looking at this, does a change in the 2035 comp plan versus the 2030, does that change reflect a zoning designation in your view?
A zoning designation? No,
zoning designation change.
No, but it is not. In fact, the case law is very clear that planning is not zoning. Planning is supposed to be followed by the implementation of that plan by way of zoning and by other things. The comprehensive plan is not just about zoning, it's about a variety of things, including infrastructure and capital works, et cetera. But no, Councilman Remora, your point is it the same as a change to the zoning map or in the nature of zoning? It is not. It is a resource to be reviewed when staff and when this council are reviewing the propriety of a requested change in zoning. It is one of many factors. If you look in your city code, there are about 8 or 9 factors that are to be considered. Conformity with the land use map is simply one of them.
I guess, Kathy, going off from that, what was the designation from a zoning standpoint? Right now, what is it?
Right now, it's AG1, and it's always been AG1.
Okay. And then, Ken, just this is more of, I guess, a question for this and going forward. Do we have any legal obligation to notify landowners if we are specifically redesignating their parcels?
On the comprehensive plan? There's not a legal requirement. No, sir.
Okay. Anybody else? Matt?
I have a question. Carter, maybe you can answer this. We talked a little bit about what happens when, for the mandatory sewer connection that was argued by the developer 2 weeks ago. And I guess the question is, and I'm kind of going back a little bit with Bill's question, if you have a sewer line that's underneath the property, but you also have a statement by the EPD to connect to that when it's within a certain distance, will they, what's their product? Do they issue land permits or whatever to allow for individual septic systems to be on top of a sewage system when they require a connection? I'm just seeing this in here. I'm just trying to understand that part of the process.
Right, and I think I'd have to just reiterate what Ken said. The agreement that we have with Fulton County states that they don't have the ability to offer sanitary sewer unless the city approves it.
So the city would approve it. So does that mean then that they would then allow them to put community septic on top of sewer? Or, I mean, or I'm trying to understand the forceful aspect of that, and I need some help with that from a legal perspective.
Right, so the city would have to approve a connection to the sanitary sewer in order for the county to be able to provide that service to the property.
I guess my question is there a risk that they will not be able to develop at all if they cannot connect to sewer? And that's the thing.
Well, I mean, this goes back to the issue that we have discussed a handful of times in here, and that is which one wins, the DHR regulation or the Georgia Constitution. The Georgia Constitution in the Supplemental Powers Clause provides that one government cannot provide a governmental service, to include a utility service, in another jurisdiction without its permission, which is why, by the way, we divided up where Fulton County provides service, not only in the orange of that is existing, but also the blue is to be extension, because we were attempting to at least address the fact that Fulton has lines in the ground right now, and we wanted to give them our permission for them to be providing that service in the city of Milton. So to your question, I believe that if someone went to Fulton DHR and said, sewer is not available because the city of Milton has not authorized Fulton County to provide it on this parcel, I think that is a stronger argument. Think of the corollary. If the DHR regulation was absolutely binding and overruled the Intergovernmental Agreements Clause, then every property up the line that's 200 feet away, you could keep leapfrogging and leapfrogging and leapfrogging, and then the Intergovernmental Agreement would be a nullity. Do you understand the point I'm making? If they could act outside of that. So that is my position. I'm not looking to that control your zoning decision. I'm just telling you that I have historically and I think consistently taken the position that IGA beats the DHR regulation. That's my position.
Bill or Matt?
No, go ahead.
Okay, Bill?
Maybe comment on your last comment, Ken, then, as to the fact or the possibility of leapfrogging these connections further up the line, so to speak. But I think one of the primary conditions of tapping in is that they be gravity fed and not forced main fed.
Which may in fact work as a natural.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think.
Good point.
Bert's up on this, I know, with his recollection of what we went through a couple of years ago. I think we're pretty much out to the limits for gravity flow. And,
right. That is a good point, though.
And what's to repeat what someone has said before, what's in the ground is in the ground. And I don't think there's any intent to expand or extend it any more than where it exists in the ground at this point. Now, you have a line that's right through the property like this, that's in the ground, has been for several years. Just from a practical standpoint, how do you build homes in there, maybe on 1 acre lots, and put a septic field right over the top of an existing sanitary sewer? It's
I understand your point. Your point's well taken.
I
understand it.
Well, I think, and I'll ask Kathy or Carter, but the reality is this plan as submitted would have to go on sewer, correct? I mean, there's probably no way it could go on septic.
Yeah.
So, whether it's all about the density, so. Anybody else? Any questions?
Well, maybe to follow up on your point then, it's all about the density. Well, you could actually increase the density then to what's across the road in Southfield there when you have 5,000 square foot lots. So I guess there's some compromise in here, some
Okay, Karen?
I've got a question to of the staff. To the north, the Vickery Crest, it says it's CUP zoning, and some of it's 18,000 square foot lots and some 15,000 square foot lots. What are the lots that are all adjacent to this subdivision?
So the lots immediately adjacent to, except for they're all pretty much around 15, 16, 17. They're on the smaller side. And so, yes.
So this is consistent with the subdivision right
Immediately
north.
to the north, the portion.
And it's actually less, it's actually less dense than the subdivision to the south and the west? East and west? And east and west.
It's less dense than the T3 that's to the east. It's
larger.
R15 to the south, so I mean, I
That
can't
would be
really
50,
say
that would be 15,000 square foot lots as
right.
opposed to the 16,000, correct?
I mean,
they're saying minimum 16
yeah,
now,
right. They're going above They're going above 15,000. I mean, that's in the conditions, but what's on their plan is a lot larger. Yeah.
The way I'm looking at this is, if this was the other way around, and then they were trying to put in something, require something, a real high density surrounded by AG1, we would be saying, okay, this is all spot zoning because the density is not consistent with the surrounding areas. And this is kind of like the opposite of that. We're saying we want all 1 acre lots that's surrounded by less than a half acre lots. So that's where I'm really kind of struggling with, is this really consistent? Is it really realistic to think you can have a 1 acre lot subdivision where you might have, only get in 6 or 7 lots, and it's going to be surrounded by small lot subdivisions? Is that going to even sell?
That's the question. Anybody else have anything else? Matt, and Joe.
A question, Robin, could you confirm, is Vickery Crest, are their homes on sewer?
Yes.
Yes, they are.
They are.
Except there are a few lots that further toward the north that there was not gravity flow. So
Okay.
there are some interior lots that are more than 1 acre because they could not be connected to sewer.
Okay. And do you know the density per acre off chance in Vickery Crest?
I mean, yes, just a minute. So there's 2 sections of Vickery Crest, but I don't actually have the overall density, but I do have minimum 18,000 square foot lots for some pods, and then minimum 15,000 square foot lots for other pods, and then the 1 acre. So I don't actually have the overall density, but it is, they tend to be definitely on the lower, way lower than a 1 acre. So they go from
Your estimation?
15,000 up to 18,000 with some 1 acre lots. And there's some in between. It's all mishmash. That's why it's a CUP. So.
Okay.
But the 15,000 are the
Yeah, I just
southern
looked
part.
today on the tax assessors to look at the lot sizes and the house sizes along that strip that's just north of the subject site. So they were pretty consistent around 16,000 square foot lots. There were some houses that were, and the tax assessors said 4,000 square feet. There were some that said 3,200 square feet. Most of them along that northern property line tended to be a little bit larger houses, and then the lots are pretty, you can see from the site plan, they're even narrower than a lot of the lots under the subject site, so.
Okay. Joe?
So Ken,
Sir.
if we assume that if a zoning change were allowed, but the zoning doesn't have, you can't implement the zoning because without access to sewer, you can't put in legally that kind of density on a septic.
Correct.
Field.
We would need
so,
to, forgive me.
So does changing the zoning matter, or is that just considered the first step? We have to do that before we can do the other? Or I'm asking about, are there multiple steps here that need to be contemplated, or is it just one, and that's the zoning change?
For purposes of this evening, obviously, I think just the land use considerations that staff have gone over, but I do think, and my recommendation would be to you, is that if you approve this to a zoning designation that has a sewer requirement to it, that we go ahead and do the unilateral map modification that we now have the right to do. That would be consistent with, if you take action with respect to the zoning, then that is the policy of the city of Milton, and therefore we ought to follow that policy by modifying the sewer map accordingly.
Okay.
Bill?
So you're saying as part of this application, we'd have to modify the IGA with Fulton County?
Right, using that unilateral process that is very easy. It's simply a single unified modification. We'd change the color of the map and send it to Fulton County.
Karen?
For clarification, though, this property is the same color on that sewer map as the subdivisions adjacent to it to the north and as Crooked Creek is. So if we're going to...
We would probably clean up more than just this.
Yeah, if we're going to need to clean up more or reword how it is, because this is reflected exactly the same as Brookshade, Big Creek Crest, and Crooked Creek.
We don't have sewer in Crooked Creek.
You don't?
No. I just want to make a statement. I really struggled with this one. And I certainly see the applicant's argument. I know some people even might say it's hypocritical with the development around there and all. But I voted in favor of the last application here tonight, not necessarily because of the owner or the applicant or the property owners, but it was in general benefit to the city, I felt. Where I struggle with this right here is I certainly understand the property owner's position and what they'd like to do and think is fair. But then I also see, what's really important to Milton right now is density, cars, traffic. We hear about it all the time. So, it may not be popular, but, I really have a hard time and would not be able to support this development going forward just because of that. So, anybody else has anything else?
Yeah, I would say that well, first of all, one of the things I'd like to say is that there wasn't a huge amount of strategy put into our zoning of property as AG1, because AG1 was inherited with the ground. It's what comes with it. So to say that we shouldn't change our zoning implies that there was some kind of strategy behind how we zoned AG1 properties, and there wasn't. They just happened. Now, there's been a lot of strategy in how we zone other things that aren't AG1. I mean, that's where we spend all our time debating. When you look at this from a map, when you look at it from the ground, when you drive through it, when you drive by it, when you look at the whole area, I don't see that granting this zoning is changing the character of Milton Lakes. I would also argue that there seems to be some discontinuity between how we describe Milton Lakes and how we mapped Milton Lakes in this parcel in particular. So I think that I would agree with you, Joe, that our goal in Milton, and certainly of this council, is to make sure that we stay true to the character of the city. We protect our citizens' property values and things like that, and I don't see this as jeopardizing either one of those things.
Karen?
Personally, I wonder whether or not it actually jeopardizes the surrounding homes more to not have this property developed and it end up in a lawsuit that you don't know how it could end up being developed than it would be to develop it consistent with the other properties around. And I don't know the answer to that, but I just wonder whether or not long-term, if it actually hurts the other properties more, if this ends up in a lawsuit and it ends up taking a year or two for a judge to decide, you know, how does that affect the adjacent property when they don't know what a judge may do as far as, I mean, judge could come in and say they want, you know, 5,000 square foot lots like there are across the street. I mean, so you don't ever know what they could do. So I just wonder whether or not realistically the community is better off to have this decided and have a nice subdivision developed there and have, 16 homes or whatever developed, than it would be to leave it in flux and not know how it's going to end up.
If I may just briefly just to say this, and again, I understand completely your point, Councilmember Thurman, just for purposes of clarity, that if a court were to rule against the government, and I'm not even using the city of Milton, just a government, what they will do is they will remand it back to the government with basically a direction to try again, with the only instruction being to zone it to a constitutional zoning. So I just wanted to, for purposes of clarity, that does not take away from your statement, but I wanted to be clear to the council.
Okay. Bill?
Maybe further comment on Karen's comment and draw somewhat of a parallel. About 3 years ago, we ruled on regulating the monkey farm over on Hopewell Road. There's a lot of opposition to our action at that time to regulate it. Well, the alternative was not to regulate it from the city's standpoint and just depend on having the owner do what he may. And he had a state permit to operate that, so that was the only authorization that he really needed. But in our wisdom here, we decided to place some more conditions on it, which we did, and include fencing and landscape and everything else. So to Karen's point, at this point with this property, and apparently the applicant has agreed to all of staff's recommended conditions. Maybe that's the best you get in a situation like this. I don't know. Time will tell, I guess.
Okay.
And one more comment. And you said it would be reprimanded back, but I know with the waterside development right next door to us, well, I had actually worked out an agreement with the developer that was developing that. They were going to do 2 units per acre. I mean, and community opposed it, and now it ended up being a lot greater than 2 units per acre, because when it came back to Fulton County, that judge basically sent it back, but he didn't send it back just saying make a change. He sent it back saying, you know, you've got to do it consistent with this, this, and this, and Fulton County ended up giving it much higher density than what the developer had originally agreed to with the group of us that were working with him. So you don't know how it may end up.
I don't disagree with that, and certainly on the other side of losing the property owner developer, I will agree, tends to be a little less willing to work compromises with the government. And of course, at that point, they've probably invested quite a bit of money in litigation and want to make that up. So I do understand your point.
Okay, Bill. And then.
Maybe as a last comment here, and maybe as some appeasement or an additional condition. And in studying this site plan here, I look at lot number 13. It's a gore-shaped lot. And it's totally or almost totally incongruous with the remainder of the lots in that layout there. So I'd recommend that we drop that one and reconfigure those lots on that side of the property. At least it'll give us less density than what's been recommended here.
Well, again, I'll just make my statement again, and it's not all due respect to the property owners and developers and all that, but in looking at the city as a whole with density, every less car and every less rooftop is going to help. So that's, again, my position is I can't support it anywhere near the way it is now. But anybody else have anything?
So, Joe, can we ask Scott? Based on what Bill said, is that feasible?
You know, we have preliminary development costs, and they are such that for this area, we feel like that 16 lots is as low as we can go. I mean, I understand that, you know, it's everyone in the community, but for it to be an economically viable, we're going to have to put the same amount of infrastructure in. We haven't manipulated the lot sizes. We haven't created, you know, we can go and steal land out of the common areas to manipulate the lot sizes and do. We feel like that this plan that we've put forth, where we've met with all the recommendations of staff, they're all buildable, rectangularly shaped lots. There's no go steal some land through there. So, you know, respectfully, you know, we feel like this is where we can survive, and it's the absolute best situation for everybody concerned to approve the site plan with the staff's recommendations. Otherwise, it's an economic, we can't just increase the house sizes and price ranges. And, you know, Mr. Fuqua's got real estate experts. He's been building for 35 years. He's built over 1,000 houses. I mean, it's an economic decision. So, you know, we feel like that we're bigger than the adjoining lots. Our density is there. 16 lots. We haven't gone in and stolen areas. We're not shrinking the road. We're not doing anything. 16 lots on this 14.5 acres with a set-aside green space. I think we have submitted a good plan. We're not asking for any variances. We're not asking for anything. Staff's recommendations we've agreed with completely. So, you know, respectfully, on behalf of the owners and the applicant, that you accept the site plan as submitted. Thank you.
So you're saying that you're willing to accept
16 lots.
No,
I'm sorry.
you're willing to accept all of the conditions that
Yes.
staff put together?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? Bert?
Staff's original recommendation was to deny, though, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
Those
thank
were
you.
conditions. Sorry. Yes. If you decide you had conditions. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Karen?
One other further question. Staff's recommendation was denial. Was that based primarily on the comprehensive land use plan, or was there another big factor in recommending denial? Because I know there's the eight factors you go through. What was the denial based on? Because it looks like, as far as being consistent with other properties and all that, it's...
Well, we have the standards of review that I did review. And, you know, the first is whether or not the proposal will permit a use that is suitable in view of the use and development of adjacent and nearby property. And we felt that based on that they would be able to develop this property from an economic perspective. It's consistent with adjacent and nearby developments in the area. It's staff's opinion that the proposed development may adversely affect the existing use or usability of adjacent or nearby property based on the future land use map that we've already talked about.
But can you expand on that? Because that's not, you said you'll affect it based strictly on the comprehensive land use map. And to me, is it adversely affecting the existing use or usability of adjacent property, or is it the land use map controlling this one? So I guess that's where I'm a little bit confused, because to me it sounds like the land use map seems to be controlling pretty much everything in these.
Well, the land use map, the consistency with the future land use map is one of the elements that we look at. Then we look at, does it cause a burden on existing streets and schools? Does it have reasonable economic use as it's currently zoned? We find that it's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan policy of we will encourage development that is sensitive to the overall setting of the community and will contribute to our community's character and sense of place.
You said it was inconsistent with that?
That's one of the policies of the plan that we feel, yes.
But that's the situation where the words of the plan say one thing, but the map is somehow or
Right.
another overrides all the words of the plan.
Yeah, that one's a little bit confusing, Kathy, and I didn't mean to interrupt you,
No.
Karen, but that one in particular, it would seem like you could logically get to a point where that says this supports the surrounding area, not that it's not in support of the surrounding area.
We looked at the number and size of the specimen trees, and that we felt it could be, that the proposal could be environmentally adverse.
I thought were only going to be removing 1 or 2 specimen trees under the revised plan, though.
Yes, they
reduced the number of trees because of
the lot that common area, yeah. So that has changed somewhat since the original site plan was submitted. But we do have a whole host of criteria that we look at to come to our conclusions. And that was our assessment.
Okay, thank you. All right, Rick, you have something?
Yeah, Kathy, one last question. Vickery Crest and the adjacent homes to the north of this parcel that's under consideration, what's the average heated space or finished home? And then what is, on this map, what is the applicant agreeing to in their plan?
Okay, so I did look up, went into the tax assessor, looked up at the lots right adjacent to it. I didn't go into all of them because there's a varying, but the lots adjacent, the houses range from, the smallest was 3,200 square feet, and then there were about 4 or 5 that were about right around 3,900, 4,000 square feet. The applicant is stating that for 1-story ranches, minimum will be 3,000 square feet, and for 2 stories will be 4,000 square feet. And typically, yeah, that's it.
Okay. All right. Nobody has any questions. I'll open up for a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve RZ 17-02 with the recommendations that staff provided us.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion for approval with recommendations staff provided from Councilmember Longoria. Have a second from Councilmember Kuntz.
Can I ask for a friendly amendment to that, just to change the minimum square footage to 3,200 to be consistent with the, for single?
I can remove my second for you to make that decision.
And I guess the question is, would they be amenable
Hold on a second,
to?
Rick. First, procedurally, is
I remove my second.
you remove your second. Would you consider that? But again, that would, you're welcome to ask the applicant.
I would add the requirement that the minimum home size be 3,200 square feet.
For 1 story and 4,000 for the 2-story that they had already agreed to.
Anything else?
Nope.
I got it. All right.
All right.
Those things, yes.
All right, do you want to state your motion again, Joe?
I move that we approve RZ 17-02 with staff recommendations to be included and the addition of minimum home size of 3,200 square feet in the case of a single-story home or 4,000 square feet in the case of a 2-story home.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion as stated for approval from Councilmember Longoria with the addition of square footage minimums, and a second from Councilmember Kuntz. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, I think that was 5-2, Sudie, if you got the count. Okay, Sudie, if we can move on to unfinished business, if you'd please.
Comprehensive plan map and the district map.
Next item is consideration of an ordinance of the City of Milton, Georgia, to amend Chapter 4 alcoholic beverages of the Code of the City of Milton, Georgia. Comprehensive amendments, agenda item number 17111, discussed at April 17th meeting, work session, and first presentation was on May 1st. Ms. Sarah Ladart.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let's see if that'll go away. So we've already discussed this. I discussed it at the work session in April, and it was on under first presentations the 1st of May. So everything that we presented to you stayed the same, except for the one suggestion that was made, which was to broaden the open carry areas. So what we did was we went in and we looked at what you guys did for crabapple and all of the zones that you allowed for that, and basically made. Can y'all see that? If I see it, do you see it? No,
No,
Yeah.
we see
Okay.
you.
There we go.
Now we do.
Okay. So this is what you guys had originally approved for crabapple, with the addition of we added civic space to being open carry, because with a little weird glitch in the zoning, you would basically be able to take your drink from front over here and walk partway onto City Hall property, but not all the way through, because part of it was civic space. So legally, you couldn't cross the entire City Hall property. So it just, in looking at the map, it made sense to also include all adjacent civic spaces to the T4s and R2s and T3s that were previously approved for the open container area. And then, so we did the same thing to Birmingham, and the same, can y'all see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the same over to Deerfield. That's really the only addition that we made to what was previously presented to you guys in April. Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions, Rick?
Yeah, in the open container, still, they're designated plastic cups. They're not, you can bring a pint in your glass cup and just walk wherever you want.
I think it's plastic cup, not glass cup.
Plastic.
Excuse me, plastic cup. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Okay.
Look a big
We didn't
gulp.
change any of that.
Get a pint, but it's got to be a big plastic.
Just to clarify.
All right. Any other questions? So, all right. All right, I'll open up for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve agenda item number 17-111.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Kuntz for approval, second by Councilmember Morrig. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you, sir. Okay. Let's see, we moved some stuff. We are in new business. Sudi, will you please call the next item?
Next item is consideration of a resolution for the downtown Milton Crabapple Placemaking Plan. Agenda item number 17131. Ms. Michelle McIntosh Ross.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Back on May 1st, we had a presentation which worked as our work session. We had consultants here, TSW, to discuss the downtown Crabapple placemaking plan. We went over the draft. We had a discussion on the plan, and we answered several of your questions. There were two questions that came up during the discussion, mainly about the crosswalks, mid-block crosswalks on a state route, as well as what the Hawk light system would look like. We added those into the draft plan, which makes it just a little bit different from the previous one. If you look on page 69 and 70, we've added a list of what would be required to put mid-block crossings on a Jeep state route, and you would also see an image of what a Hawk light crossing would look like. So those are the two amendments from the work session. Our consultants are not here, so we hope that everything is squared away. All the questions were answered at the last time. What I have for you tonight is a resolution that will accept the plan. I just want to go over some highlights of the resolution. Whereas the City of Milton's comprehensive plan update of 2016 identified the Crabapple area as a master planned area and specifies that Crabapple represents a unique rural-based village center that lends itself to becoming the city center of Milton. And previous planning efforts for the Crabapple area have set the community's vision for the area as a walkable village and contributed to Crabapple's emergence as the city center for Milton. The city sought to re-engage the community, which was last July, to focus on the details of facilitating a walkable village. The consulting firm with staff worked to conduct a series of community meetings and design workshops to discuss the possible locations of parks and trails and sidewalk and street connections and preferred development of sites. The draft designs that were documented was provided the community with that input provided by the community were presented at open house meetings on September 15th as well as November 30th of 2016, and those were later refined into a draft downtown Milton Crabapple placemaking plan and was presented to the Planning Commission on January 25th of 17, which the Planning Commission accepted that draft and recommended approval. An additional town hall meeting was held on April 20th of this year to gather final input and address the community's comments and concerns prior to the presentation that we had on May 1st. I request that you accept the downtown Milton placemaking plan. Question.
Okay. Karen?
This still shows number one on the project list, the valet parking strategy, with the city entering into an agreement with a company to provide valet parking. I don't know how many times I need to say this, but I have a real problem with that being our number one strategy and our number one thing on the project list. Is there a way to change this so it just at least says consider valet parking strategy rather than valet parking strategy?
Yes. Yes.
Because I don't know how many times I have to say it, but I just have a real problem.
As an option. You can
As
list
an
it
option,
Yeah.
take it from the number one position and just make it an option.
We have spent countless hours over the last, well, actually, I could count them, going over different strategies to deal with exactly your concern. That doesn't need to be on there the way it is.
Number one thing on our project list is a valet parking strategy, and I think maybe it should be, parking strategy with a valet parking option or something, but it shouldn't be, number one shouldn't be a valet parking strategy.
Agreed.
Okay. Rick, do you have something?
Question on the crosswalks. I think it's good that you put them in there, and it looks like you've got recommended some dividers where you've got the mid-block crosswalk. Are those going to be signalized in your plan? Are they planning to be signalized?
We've had preliminary meetings with Georgia Department of Transportation. We're going over potential plans. Carter, you want to add just a drop to that? Because these are all just, these are all just potential plans. We have to get approvals from them on everything. It all involves pedestrian counts, projected pedestrian counts, vehicle counts, all that kind of stuff. So it
pretty much sums it up, I think.
All right. We just had the meeting this morning, so my memory's fresh.
Okay.
Bill had something.
So if we adopt this tonight, there's nothing that would prevent us from going ahead with certain aspects of this whole plan, like pedestrian crossings or whatever it might be.
That's right.
Benches
And in most likelihood, it will be phased in based on other construction that's occurring in the area.
Like to see that move forward, pedestrian crossings.
That was the principal discussion that we had with GDOT today and how to phase this and begin moving some of these elements forward.
Great.
Okay. Anything else? Crosswalks and valet parking? All right.
Mayor?
Bill, go ahead.
I'll move to approve a resolution for the downtown Milton Crabapple placemaking plan, agenda item number 1-131, with to include the additional comments made tonight.
I'll second it.
Have a motion for approval with the stated comments or adjustments from Councilmember Luss, second by Councilmember Thurman. Any discussion? This is all exciting. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you.
All right. City, if you'd please call the next item.
Next item is consideration of a resolution of the City of Milton, Georgia, for a release and indemnity agreement in connection with police citizen training activities. Agenda item number 17132. Chief Rich Austin.
Mayor, members of council, this resolution simply allows for a standard liability waiver form developed by legal for citizens participating in our more hands-on public education programs. This is just a revamped form and just more clearly explains the city's limit of liability for those participating.
Okay. Any questions for Chief? Okay. So everybody's scared of the police chief. They're not going to question it. All right. Favor, or do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve agenda item number 17-132.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Council Thurman, from Councilmember Morick. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous, Judy. So,
Do that to us. That's
all right. Sudi, if we could move on to our next new business item.
Consideration of a resolution adopting the City of Milton Parks and Recreation Department revised facility and fields use policy. Agenda item number 17136. Mr. Jim Craig.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. What we have before you is a revision to the facility and field use policy. There are two significant changes, and then there are several small changes. The small changes refer to some changes in listings of the facilities that we have available for rent. Also, a proposed fee schedule change, which is also being addressed in Schedule A, which has to come up at the June 5th meeting as well. Those changes were based upon feedback we've gotten from people who've been renting the facilities and how they'd like to go about renting them in the future. The bigger changes I wanted to bring your attention to is based upon, you may recall back in November, we had a discussion and compared 12 different agencies and their policy on renting to other competing programs. And in light of that, the recommendation of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board by unanimous vote was to change our policy from the current policy of allowing 3 rentals to a competing program in a year to not allowing a competing program to rent from us. But they also recommended leaving in there a provision where the director could allow it. And the concept, the thought behind it is that if a city comes to us and they have an emergency situation, we would want to have an ability that we could be a friendly neighbor. For example, the specific example they identified is they're in the middle of a tournament and they develop a sinkhole in the field, and they needed to be able to finish out, so they wanted to have an ability. That actually has happened. So the Parks and Rec Board, their recommendation was be in a position that we can still be a friendly city, but let's also not allow the competitors to come in and work against our own program providers that we partner with. We've simplified the language on how we were going about and offering rentals. And something that you folks asked us about almost a year ago, thanks to Mr. Gerard and his staff, we have found a way that we have the ability to waive any field or facility use rental fee or their deposit, security deposit, for businesses or nonprofit organizations that are performing work which is directly beneficial to the city. It took a lot of work, but I know you folks have asked us about it, and we found a way to do that legally. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Any questions? Bill, and then Matt.
So, Jim, how do you define those direct benefits to the city? Have you specified them?
It would have to be, pass a fairly stern test. The way it's written, I would be the one doing it. I certainly would not operate in a vacuum. If you look at a situation, for example, what brought this to our attention was children's charities. Was trying to raise $500,000 to make a purchase of a all-use park, yet we were potentially charging them $40 to rent a meeting hall. So that's one where we can look at it, we can see there's a direct intended benefit to the city. It'd have to be very careful to look out for benefits that perhaps are a bit nebulous.
Speaking of that, I just have a question, excuse me, Bill, though, on that, let's say, have had requests before from an equestrian type organization to use one of our facilities or meeting rooms, but, where would something like that fall in it? The benefit to the city, I guess, is that we really want to promote equestrian activities, but.
I think the benefit's there, Mayor. We'll obviously we'll judge, or our director will judge what it is they're looking to accomplish, but considering that horse over your shoulder right now, it may very well be. I'm sure we could show good benefit to the city of Milton.
Next question. Were you there, Bill?
Well, just tying into that same discussion, who's going to be the ultimate judge? Is it
Jim,
director?
the director.
Okay. I wouldn't want to get into.
Again, as I said,
it worked here and didn't work this time.
I certainly, I'm sorry.
Try to avoid as many disputes as we can in the future, I guess.
I certainly have no intention of operating in a vacuum on this. The first several times we do this, we're going to get some requests. Some of them will be obvious. Some of them will be obvious both ways. There will be some that will, it'll be a question mark. I have no intention of being reactionary. I want to be contemplative and consultative with the people I work with, my boss, supervisor, so.
Okay. Matt?
I agree with everything except for the rental request, item 4. I know that was changed from all the debate that we had before about allowing, because we had a great compromise, I thought, with the 3 rental policy for the competing programs. I want to kind of talk about my philosophy about why I think this is important. First of all, I think competition is good. In sports, competition builds us. We compete so we can get better. We respect our opponent in that regard. I worry about when things are great, when we have good program providers as we do now, that's fantastic. But in the event that when maybe they don't do as well or people get concerned about that, the very fact that we don't allow a competing group to come in and just rent a facility for a little while, it keeps people honest. Now, we haven't had anybody in a long time asked to rent the 3 field space policy that we've had, I don't think, right? Has anybody asked to rent the 3 field space policy?
Not in the last 2 years.
Right, exactly. So why make the change? I think it's good that we have it where it is. I understand that people would love to eliminate competition and create a monopoly for those sports. That's economically advantageous to a lot of businesses when they do that, but I think that we would do well as a city to allow that policy to be open still in order just to keep our providers honest. I think they're good people, they do a lot of good things, but if for whatever reason someone isn't doing well and someone decides to start a small baseball team to practice on a field for some kids that maybe don't feel they're being served by a program, I don't think we should say, no, you can't do that. Because that's where we're right back where we are. So I agree with everything you've got, except for that item 4 on the rental request, for the same policies and the same principles that I've talked about before in the last 5 years.
Joe?
So Matt, in your example, if we haven't had to worry about this for the last 2 years, why does it make a difference?
When things are going well, we shouldn't, but it hasn't always been that case. We've had situations where teams were trying to be.
You still had the out, right? Because the director. No,
I'm sorry.
Said that they left the language in that would allow the director to have the ability to allow it to happen.
in the event of a field issue? What about if a program provider isn't providing the services for a residents? So, and here's the thing, and that is it is a problem, but it's a very subjective problem as well. So in a free market economy where you have kids choosing where to play, but we only provide one provider, if some, we had a situation before, and we all remember how this happened, where someone created their own team or league or whatever. Now, risk on that person to do it, but provided an opportunity for kids to play somewhere else because they didn't feel they were being served by one of our providers at that time. But he couldn't get field space because of our policy. So in order for kids to have that experience away from the current program provider, he couldn't have that option at that time. So, by allowing 3 rental spaces before, if someone wants to do something, the question is the judgment of what is competing or not. And I just think that if we had a great compromise before. We've done it for 2 years. Hasn't been an issue. I don't think we need to change. I think we should give it time to play out. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, in 2 years, enough time to play out?
Well, we didn't make this. The issue happened prior to this. We made the rule after the issue.
The only reason I'm questioning that, I'm not picking on you.
Oh.
Okay? Our Parks and Rec Board does a lot of work in trying to make up these decisions. And I hate to just change something that they worked on without some kind of real solid plan or rationale. Now, the reason I'm questioning is just testing to see if it's a real sound rationale.
Sure.
Okay.
So they worked on this and they created this 2 years ago, as it was. Now, there hasn't been a need for it, but it hasn't been a problem either.
Right.
It's just one of those things. It's a question of what is. Now, there was an issue prior, which is why we had the rule to begin with. And then we had this compromise, and now we're no longer a compromise. Now we're going back to where we were before the issue that happened. And I just want to see it play out if there ever is an issue. I just don't think we need to change something if there's not a reason to change it.
Okay. Anything else for Jim?
That's all I have to report on this item, sir.
Okay. And, Matt, you're certainly welcome to make a motion, or anybody else right now.
I mean, I'll make a motion to approve agenda item number 17-136. With the, striking out of item 4 on, I'm trying to find a page number on here. I don't see it. That's the problem.
It's the 3rd page, sir.
It's the 3rd on page 3 of rental requests. And change that with the old policy of the 3 rental use process that we prior had. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Be more specific on that.
Well, it's the one we had before this that we changed it to.
Do you know what that wording was?
I don't know what it is because it's
I
not
don't know
provided.
what we're deleting, I guess.
We're deleting a request related to a program or athletics work currently offered by MPRD or its partners is not permitted except in special circumstances, which requires the prior written permission of the Director of Parks and Recreation or his or her designee. So I guess the motion would be to change that to is permitted for 3 rental uses, an additional in special circumstances which requires a prior written permission of the Director of Parks and Recreation or his or her designee. So 3 rental uses automatic. If they require more, it's got to go through Jim.
Okay, is that clear enough for somebody to make a second? Okay, I'll...
Deaf ears.
Yeah, and Matt, again, I'm not trying to pick on you. I think that, I think we've had the original policy in place for a couple of years. I think, if we make a mistake, it's not like we're treading on some ground that can't be recovered. So, I mean, I'd like to see us pass this the way the Parks and Rec Board and Jim work to pull together.
Well,
we got a motion
but
We
I
don't have a second.
don't have a second, so that motion dies. Now I'll open up for a motion.
I move that we approve agenda item number 17-136.
Second.
I have a motion for approval from Councilmember Longoria, second from Councilmember Hewitt. Any discussion?
I was going to say real quick, I appreciate that, and I appreciate what the Parks and Rec Board has done, but on that principle, I won't vote for that. So,
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? See, that passes 6-1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And thank the board, too.
I certainly will. Thank you.
Okay?
Staff reports.
All right, anything, move on to reports.
Are there any staff reports that are necessary?
Well, I hate that they've waited here all night.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
People have been
They
waiting.
all had agenda items. Otherwise, I would have recommended canceling it. It's up, obviously, it's your meeting. It's up to you.
Anything, real quick, anything the council needs to report on? Bill?
Memorial Day ceremony 2 weeks from today out here in the plaza.
Okay.
10 o'clock?
10 o'clock.
All right, then we'll move on to staff reports. We have, of course, Parks and Rec. You were just here, Jim. You could have just said it.
Long time no see. Folks, I got a couple things I'd like to talk about. And the first one, I'm going to ask you, a lot of you have been leaders in the city, not only in the time we've been in the city, but since before the city formed. I'm going to ask you a question. Do you remember Cindy Hollingsworth?
Yes. Yeah.
Yep, definitely do.
You may recall Cindy passed away in June. It'll be 3 years ago.
Right.
We do a lot of work here in the city with young men who are working on their Eagle Scout service project, young ladies who are working on their Gold Award service project. And that's how we've gotten a bunch of the benches and other things, and trails built. There's a young man who has physically completed 3 benches at the Natural Trail at Bell Memorial Park. And he partnered with Chuck Hollingsworth. And today we received 3 plaques that would be in memory of Cindy Hollingsworth. We don't have it yet, but we are intending to have some type of memorial as we put these plaques in here and commemorate them. Cindy loved Bell Park. She was there a lot with her boys. She loved the city, and she loved her dogs. So if you look at the plaque, it's got the Milton logo on it. It's also got dogs. And so we've got these benches that are being built, They're already there. The plaques just came in today. I'm going to be working with other folks and staff, but I wanted to let you folks know this is happening. And when the actual date comes, I actively ask you to come out and remember Cindy.
And that he was able to raise the funds he needed, as I know he was working on raising the funds for
Yes.
the materials. Okay.
He did a GoFundMe and raised over $1,300. He built these things out of cedar instead of pressure treat. He went to the nines on it.
That's great.
And it was awesome. Let me run through just a couple list of other things just to give you quick updates here because I know it's late. As this past Saturday, all of our spring sports have completed. Bell Memorial Park will be quiet for a little bit with just summer camps and summer practices and things. But Hopewell Youth Association put together a huge festival. They had blow-ups and dunk tanks all over there, and they have convinced me to participate in something they're calling Dump the Director next year, which I'm so excited about.
We have one that says a dunk the city manager and the city attorney too, or just the,
We're only talking about water.
Council.
And I'm sure if you folks are itching, we could do, dump the councilman, dump the mayor.
council,
No.
Female council members.
Camp Joyful Souls. We're getting ready to kick off Camp Joyful Souls, the 7th year. Very excited about the leadership team we've got here. We've got 2 supervisors. One has been an experienced young woman who's been with the program over 3 years. And we just hired a second supervisor, a young woman who's got a degree from the University of Alabama in education. She has a master's in special needs education from University of Georgia, teaching for the last 4 years, and she was the Alfred Elementary School Teacher of the Year. So we're very excited to have her come on board. Things are going great. The Milton Steelers, we're moving forward there. Personally giving a shout out to Shannon for her help with the communications department, getting those moving forward. Golden Games, we had a terrific start at April 26th. People really, this is our second year we hosted, people really love the layout of Bell Park. They said it makes it easier to keep it all contained, and they're already talking about, hey, are you guys interested in hosting for a third year? But that will wrap up by the end of next week. And Senior Center is going to have a very special event on May the 23rd. So if you folks can come by on the 10 o'clock on May the 23rd at the Senior Center. And lastly, last thing I have, we are moving forward a master planning report, and you can expect in the near-term future that we'll be contacting you as a specific group to speak to the planners on the update of the master plan for the next 5 years, as well as the Providence Park master plan. With that, yes, sir?
Did we get the trophy back?
No, we didn't get the trophy. We didn't get the trophy.
Did you drop the egg?
We concluded
football. I needed Matt in there.
We concluded we had a mayor's challenge that might have been overly challenging. So we're going to have to come up with the one that's
big challenge.
Well, let's just say this, besides I was a worst football player there, but none of the other mayors did. They all had like their, Parks and Rec director, some athlete that's out there, young guy. It was a ringer.
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Maybe next year.
All right. Folks, anything else I can answer for you? Thank you all. Have a good night.
All right, Chief? And if he takes too long, Kathy, you won't have to speak.
Could you cue the PowerPoint? A brief overview of our statistics. We are still down accidents. We're down about 12%, with personal injury accidents down 41% across the city. So we're pleased with that. We are up 28% in our Part 1 crimes year to date, but the last month we're showing a 29% decrease. So we're pleased with our efforts there as we continue to drive those numbers down. And our violent crime, we're still holding steady at 4 with a 100% clearance rate for arrest in all of our violent crimes. So pleased with that. The department has a strategic goal of a clearance rate for our uniform patrol at 45%, and we just hit 45.3%. So we're holding steady there as well. And as you have seen, I'm sure, on our website and social media, we're celebrating National Police Week, the 14th through the 20th. We have several events planned this week. We started a little early on the 13th with the Explorer fundraiser over at Chipotle on Windward, which was well attended. We had the Back the Blue blood drive today from 2 to 7. It was very well attended, and we're pleased with that. We hit 29 pints last year. We're trying to supersede that, and I think from when I left there, like we're well on our way to do that. The 16th, we're having a secure shredding event from 3 to 6, and also on the 16th, we're having an identity fraud seminar from 6 to 7, and we will also on the 16th have a firearm safety seminar from 7:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., and we'll conclude the public events on May 17th with Coffee with a Cop at Muggs, and we'll culminate the week's events on May 18th with our awards banquet. So we're very pleased to look forward to that. I know you all were invited. For those of you that can make it, we'll be very happy to have you as our honored guests.
Okay. Sounds good. Thanks, Chief.
I guess I'm last but not least, right?
Exactly.
Okay, we have received...
Judy, what do we have, 23 seconds left?
I'll try.
I could upset her.
We received the first draft of pre-ordinance, so that will be working its way through the stakeholder group, and then we're looking forward to a combined workshop with you and the Planning Commission to review that ordinance. We are continuing to work on our Unified Development Code, and some of you have had stakeholder interviews. We'll finish those up, and then the consultant is doing his due diligence in terms of looking through all of our codes at the moment. Tonight, you approved the vendor for the wayfinding signage, and so I know Bill will be very happy. It's been years in the making, but we are ready to sit down with the vendor to talk about the wayfinding signage for Crabapple, as well as the historic marker program. So that is underway. We're working on a rewrite to the noise ordinance, so that will be working its way through the CZIM and then on through Planning Commission and the City Council. And we've got 2 telecommunication applications in that will be working their way through. Yes, sir.
What's the compelling item with the noise ordinance? What needs updating?
I'll jump on that.
Yeah.
So we started to look at different ways that we could deal with some of the complaints we had regarding the noise ordinance. So we actually did a schematic showing all the different ways in which the noise ordinance would need to be enforced, and you needed a PhD to figure it out. So we were going back to the drawing board and simplifying it so we could actually do what we were supposed to do.
All right, good. I have to look at that the other day. That's why I was interested, because I came to the same conclusion. It's like, wow, they need special instrumentation. The normal citizen does, and most people don't even understand what it is we're trying to enforce. So.
We actually drew it out graphically, and it took up 2 or 3 of those new glass things that we have upstairs dividing the little work areas. Shannon did a great job of drawing that out for us.
Okay, good.
Okay. Bill?
So you're dealing with decibel meters in property lines and that whole issue there?
We're starting again. We're going to look at what makes sense and what's practical, as opposed to what could be done. Mm-hmm. We really try to simplify our codes as best we can.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. All right, that'll conclude our meeting. Do I have a motion
to adjourn?
Second.
I have a motion, second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?